Okay, everybody. Red Leaf Retrocast Wrestling. It's another episode. Couple days late on this, but it's been nuts. Got a lot going on the Patreon. Got a lot going on in the end of summer. Got a lot of golf to play. Got a lot of golf to talk about and watch. So that's what we do on this wrestling podcast now. We start out with some golf talk. So again, if you're not into that, go check out the timestamp in the description of every episode. Click on that number for the timestamp, and you can get right into the Joshi wrestling, which is where we go after this. A lot to bury, a lot to praise, at least in the sense of Stardom, and Miyu Yamashita. And then it's the Rickee block, where we talk, at the end, WCW Souled Out 2000. Vince Russo is breaking spirits every day. But we also talk about the bizarre, and in my opinion, just bad build to AEW's All-In pay-per-view, which with some very questionable TV. And by the time we recorded that, didn't happen to see the Texas Chainsaw Massacre death match and the 1 million beatdowns and run-ins to just streamline every single match for the All-In card. Didn't get to see that, but the point stands. And we finish up with some New Japan G1, where we talk about how the G1, our expectations are a little lower these days with New Japan. The booking is still pretty good, but the G1 really took a step back in that sense from a storytelling and match guide perspective. And it's not so much the winners or the end of the tournament that was the problem. It was that journey to get there that was the issue, and we talk a lot about that. So without further ado, let's talk about some freaking golf as I pull up my fun golf drop that I like having. Here we go. Yes, indeed. Birdie Wing, that's a golf anime. At the same time, I get to plug the anime podcast on this very, well, I guess, network that I created just for all the nerd shit I'm into. Go check out that anime. It's a cool little golf anime with gambling involved for a good chunk of it. People's lives on the line, but anyways. We start out with some LPGA, because that's what I like watching, not the Rory McIlroy and the such, but instead the last of the 5 majors for the LPGA happened the past 2 weeks. Got to see Celine Boutier win her second straight tournament just after the Evian, so she was just on a tear. And they were really questioning, can you make it 3 in a row and make it 2 majors in a row? Well, the theme of... Now, I must preface, I only watched kind of the final day, and I watched a bunch of the highlights from the first 3 days. And it was really just a one-person show. That's really how that went down. But the story, more or less, of what I got from the AIG, which is the British Open, essentially, the Open for the women, was a lot of the major players just really faltered. And they were just falling one after another. I mean, you look up and down, the top 20, you might see, I don't know, a few names that kind of stick out, like Lynn Grant, Nelly Korda, Allison Lee was kind of having some ups and downs the last month or so. Allison Corpuz, the Pebble Beach winner, she hung up there on the top, especially a nice little surge on the last day, going 3 under. But to me, the big story, besides a lot of the like Lydia Ko's, Brooke Hendersons of the world kind of faltering, was Hyunjoo Kim. I was following her the entire, all the highlights. I followed her on, because I watched the tournament in, what was it, Ohio? Wherever they were after, no. Wherever they were after the Evian, where Boutier won again. Hyunjoo Kim was kind of the only one. Oh, it was the Scottish Open. My God, what am I talking about? It was Hyunjoo Kim who is going down with an ankle injury, and there she is, just limping on the Evian, and she got a pretty good finish there, and then she ended up getting second place at the Scottish Open. She's just limping through 18, and she's the only one left to compete with Boutier. And then she ends up coming into the British Open, still injured, and she's pulling off a T4 finish. 2 over on the last day, 6 under overall. So, again, like, she has been just a joy to watch over the last, like, month, even though that she's been playing injured. But a lot of the media and attention was on Nelly Korda. You know, at the time, current ranked number 1, one of the most beautiful swings you'll ever see. And everyone was just kind of following her. She was kind of the big pick to win. And I'm here thinking, like, well, you can't discount Celine Boutier, who's just on this incredible hot streak, right? Nasa Hataoka was always kind of in my viewing point. Corpuz has been doing extremely well. But I was looking at Hyunjoo Kim. I'm like, nothing. It's kind of like the injured animal in a corner theory. You know, just sometimes things just happen to go right and well, and sure as shit, there she was, T4 on the when she finished on the final day. So she wasn't out of it, but she was hanging about. So when we get to this, I actually enjoyed watching the Scottish Open more than I did the final day of the AIG, and that's mostly because a lot of the players I wasn't into, it didn't seem that competitive because Lilia Vu just fucking dominated this whole thing. I believe she had a driver and just nothing but irons and wedges after that. She didn't have a single fairway wood. I think she had one hybrid, and then she just went from there. So this is her second major win of the year. She's 25 years old. I think it's her third major of her career already. And she's an American from California. And she won the Chevron earlier this year, and now she caps off the year winning the AIG. So an excellent year for her. This shot her up to number 1 in the world. Yeah, you win 2 majors, that's going to happen, right? And she just utterly dominated. She got 5 under on the final day, cleared second place Charlie Hull, who actually played pretty well. I'm used to kind of seeing her not be this consistent at the top. Obviously, look, I'm a beginner. I more than admit this. I'm just commenting on a sport I just pretty much picked up and just learning everybody. But regardless, it just from an excitement standpoint, I wasn't feeling it. I like the Scottish Open more the previous week. In the sense of Lilia Vu, she's been a weird one to watch because I'd catch her on a lot of these tournaments here and there, and she skips tournaments, from my understanding. She didn't play well at all in between these 2 major wins, so it's kind of strange that, I mean, money-wise, yes, she's made a lot of money this year. It's just kind of strange that she shot up to number 1 when she's been extremely inconsistent all year long, besides these 2 things. She's a very confident player. She's very poised. So definitely not taking anything away from her. But man, I think it would have been so cool if Hyunjoo Kim could have won this one. Those like injury stories, winning big games. It's always good. But Celine Boutier did finish with a T16, so it's not like she was like out of the running. She was still hanging in there. Where did Hyunjoo Kim show up? Because I think she was like one of my major hitters. Let's see, Rose Zhang, T44, just misconsistent. Let's see. Kim. I'm not seeing her. I know she finished somewhere in the, I want to say top 25, but I'm not seeing her name on this. Maybe she's lower. I don't remember. Oh, Yuka Saso. Didn't make the cut. Let me just look at all these people that didn't make the cut. Buhai, Tavatanakit, Saso. Let's see. Lydia Ko, Hannah Green, like all these names. Coughlin. Just bums this year. All these heavy hitters. Okay. So, in terms of my golf, I've made quite a lot of breakthroughs lately over the last couple weeks. I've really gotten used to my swing path. I'm cutting across the ball a lot less, so it's not going right as much anymore. If it does go right, there's no slice. It's just my face is a little bit open, and that's where it goes. I've actually started hitting a driver finally, and funny enough, just the big test was just in the league night on Wednesday here. I was on the fourth hole, which I started on hole 5, so we went kind of backwards on the 9 there. So it was the last hole of the day, and I just smash this drive. Just perfect. It's one of those where you just feel it. The sound is awesome, and it's just bombed down the middle. And it's easily the best hit of my life with the biggest club, and it hits the ground, and yes, of course it rained all morning, and it just splashes in this huge puddle in the middle of the fairway and stops in its tracks. And I'm like, where it landed is where I've hit like my longest 3-wood, where it's like, I think it's 238. So good for me, but also devastating to see that probably could have gotten to the 250s if it would have been on a different day. But yeah, I'll get to more of my breakthroughs here in a second, but the league went well. I haven't gotten below 55 on 9 holes in weeks, and this day, even with the tough conditions of extreme wet, raining all morning, and then staying in an overcast, the greens were incredibly hard. If you hit it in the rough, I had to pretty much club down twice or club up twice, depending on the lie, to just get it out. And it takes off 20 yards or 10, depending on the club. And that was a big learning experience for me. And then when I finally got it on the green, I had no idea what I was putting into. Even if you kind of walk up and down the track line, unless you physically like stick something in the green in front to see how like puddled it is, you don't know really what you're putting into. So for the first 5 holes, I just didn't know how to approach it. I didn't know how to putt through it, and I was just double bogey here, 3-putt this, 2-putt that, triple bogey on one hole, but I was just playing double bogey golf. So then I was like, okay, first I got to get a beer. Then I got to get a shot of something, get the swing juice, and take a minute and figure this out. And I was playing with a group that was going extremely fast, and it's like, I got to just play my game, right? So I calmed down, and I approached this like my bowling. It's like, I got to take a step back, play at my pace, and don't worry about anyone else, and evaluate what I can do. And this is my second breakthrough. I've really been working on perfecting 2 kinds of chips, okay? Because I'm very fascinated with this aspect of the short game. And one chip is just the basic putter stroke with the chip, and depending on the distance and where I want to land it to the rolling point, right? So that depends on, green quickness and all that. I will just simply do the putting stroke and use the loft of the club to do the work for me, and I don't have to worry about all this spin and everything because I'm not good enough for any of that yet. So the further away I am, it's essentially putting stroke bump and run play. And if I'm on the fringe, I'm gonna break out like a 56 putting stroke if it's medium distance away, and bang, it'll go there. And this technique has really helped. And then the other one is, depending on a lie or a certain distance to the pin, I actually put the ball in the back of my stance and do a downward hit where I'll put a ton of backspin on the ball. So when it initially hits my point, the ball will then flip over and it'll roll much, much slower so it stops sooner. Okay, and I've been really practicing that one at home because it's easy to do, and I've gotten good at that. So those are my two ones. So when I got to the last 4 holes, my goal was I'm going to play bogey golf, right? And instead of aiming for the pin and perhaps being 20 feet away from the hole and not knowing what I'm putting into, I actually aimed for the edges of the green so I could actually chip as close to the hole as possible to mitigate the putting aspect, because didn't know how the greens were going. I thought opposite, and what ended up happening was I ended up 1 and 2 putting holes, and I went on the last 4 holes bogey, 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 par on a par 5. So it worked. It absolutely worked. I saved 50 as a beginner in a league, and that was a great accomplishment. On the Monday prior, just this past Monday, I had the best outing of my life with not this exact strategy, but getting this chipping aspect of the game and focusing on hitting off the tee with a 3-wood. If I'm hitting into a wind, I'll actually get the driver out, because I don't necessarily still hit this driver well enough where it goes further than the 3-wood, but the driver doesn't go in the air as much, so it kind of goes in equal distance in comparison. And I ended up playing the best round of my life at this point. It's a 43, which was I got a bogey on 8 out of 9 holes, and on 1 hole I got a par. So great, great success. The best I ever did. And over the weekend, I got a 95 on 18 holes. Also the best I ever did. So huge breakthrough. I'm sure a slump is right around the corner. And in fact, I just went out to a nice little par 3 course that's close to work. Knocked the ball around with a former retired colleague. And I had 1 double bogey on a par 3. And then the rest, I had 3 pars and the rest were bogeys. So even on that aspect of the game, I'm doing pretty well, and I'm having a good time playing. So bowling starts up in like 2 or 3 weeks. Can't say I'm ready to get back into that, even though it's my favorite sport. I'm just so caught up in the game of golf. But you might get some bowling talk at the top of this. No, there won't be any pro talk, but it'll just kind of be an update over kind of what I did for the week and kind of what I struggled with or what I was doing well. Much shorter intervals, obviously. So for now, on to the Joshi.
Every day and night, we gotta make a change.
a broken heart for those Mio Momono fans out there. Gaia Japan is back. The ass booking of Gaia has never been seen since, 2005? Hasn't been seen since 2005. Mayumi Ozaki, the new 3AW champion of Marvelous. Oh, we had our worries, ladies and gentlemen. But we weren't fools, you guys that listen to this. The Marvelous Oz Academy is in full force. We know what's happening. The main event of Marvelous's Korakuen Hall. Attendance unannounced. Because of course it is. Mayumi Ozaki, new champion, defeating Mio Momono, 21 minutes, 36 seconds. Used as a vessel for the Oz Academy Korakuen Hall. Setting up a trios death match of sorts of Mayumi Ozaki and team. Defending the home turf against Chigusa Nagayo and her team. That's what it is. That's what we got. Mio Momono, no defenses, 90-day reign, all about Mayumi Ozaki, bodying this woman like the Red Wings, bodying the Colorado Avalanche in the playoffs, McSorley taking him over the bench. This was a sight to behold. This card was a sight to behold. Marvelous. They did sign Rika Kawahara full time. No longer doing the T-Hearts gimmick. That nonsense. So there's some positive in the scene, at least. Get out of that freelance status. But boy, if this is your future... Back when this match was first announced, the Marvelous went to... Or was it Ozaki? Whichever. Went to Shinjuku Face. Marvelous's home turf. Their home court advantage, some say. And the Marvelous booking of Oz Academy came fruitful, came ripe, as Mayumi Ozaki bloodied, checked, bodied this poor 3AW champion all over the face, up and down the arena for a disqualification. I'm like, okay, there's an angle. But throughout this feud and throughout the booking of Mio Momono, she was never seen as the equal to the guardian of old guards, the queen herself, Ozaki, just never on her level, and never booked really strong and Marvelous to begin with. She was booked stronger in the mid-cards on other shows, namely what we'll get to later, the Sarizim show. At least she was second from the top, getting a nice little singles match before her untimely demise. And then we get to this Korakuen Hall for Marvelous. One of their, 2 of the year? Maybe they run 3. Mayumi Ozaki jumps this woman, walks and brawls Jeff Jarrett style all over the arena in Korakuen Hall. East, west, north, south. The 4-foot fire that is Mio Momono could not do anything to the might. The 25-year-old 4'11 ex-basketball player that is Mio Momono could not do anything to defend herself against the offense of the 54-year-old Saitama native Mayumi Ozaki. Queen of the street fight, lest you forget. The leader of Sekigun. For 21 and a half minutes, beat the fuck out of the Marvelous champion. Okay. Small moments of comebacks. Couldn't save the match. No. Because Mayumi Ozaki, as much as I praise this woman, she's in my top 15 of all-time women's wrestlers. Maybe that list I made for the Patreon, top 50 women's wrestlers of all time. Top of the head. Maybe I need to take a hard look at it. Mayumi Ozaki proceeded to belt shot Mio Momono at the start. Mio Momono blades in 2023. That's the only redeeming factor about Mayumi Ozaki in 2023, is she is the only woman that will get these Joshi wrestlers, these women, to blade in Japan. She still's got that old school fire to her. It's why I have a weird perversion for Mayumi Ozaki matches. She does bring a different style to it, but the woman's washed. I mean, you see these belt shots that she's given Mio Momono, where they're so terrible, where she's supposed to be like hitting the woman, hitting Momono in the face and the stomach, and they were so soft it looks like she's handing off a pass, like a newborn child, to Mio Momono, and Mio Momono selling all of this. Not to mention, if Mayumi Ozaki takes any offense from Momono, that she can't bump anymore. So she's doing like somersaults. You know, I make fun of the Nai Takahashi all the time and YUU for no selling and unable to bump. Perhaps what they do is better, where they just no sell and then eventually they'll bump like once. Mayumi Ozaki can't even do that much. It's very ridiculous. And you know what this match is, for those that are saying Mayumi Ozaki winning's a good thing? Coincidentally, I noticed those are the same people that thought Maki Ito losing the title match years ago in TJPW was a good thing. Kind of the same people. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe it's just a select few. But those that say, oh man, I can't wait to see the payoff for this Mayumi Ozaki marvelous title run. Have you never seen an Ozaki match? An Ozaki title match? An Ozaki title reign? Lest we forget every Oz Academy reign she's ever had. They go on for years. They go on for so long. She loses by roll-ups. She beats someone up for 20 minutes and then just kind of loses with like 7 people running in. She's the ultimate heel, and yet she has matches structured around her getting beat up by multiple people at times. No one ever gets over beating this woman. To the point you gotta respect her because of how impressive it is, how much she gets away with this, still to this day. You know what you're getting when you get Mayumi Ozaki, okay? This title reign for Mio Momono was never about her. She was a transitional champion to get the story across for this marvelous Oz Academy feud that inevitably is about Chigusa Nagayo and Mayumi Ozaki. It's not about anyone else. Maybe eventually a Takumi Oroha will come into play because it's Ace Syndrome 101. You gotta book someone to win eventually. So Mio Momono is bumping so profusely around Ozaki because she's washed and can't move. There's chains. There, you know, it's every Ozaki match you've ever seen. And then the finish comes. And holy shit, you got to see it for your own eyes, guys. When I say this was a burial of burials, this is like Hokuto in 92 defeating jobbers on the LLPW roster in like 4 minutes, where she'll beat someone to a pulp, put them in the ground, hit them with whatever move. In this case, Ozaki has Momono ground and pound with a chain to the face, pushing the ref away. Hits her one more time, gonna pin this woman. 1, 2, lifts her up for 3 so she can Triple H herself and hit her final move on Momono for the 1, for the 2, and then there's the ever so popular Joshi Japanese style long reluctant 3. Bang. Pin Drop in Korakuen Hall. New champion. What a burial. That's it. There's no coming back for this. I've seen the comparisons of how, like, Kaito Kiyomiya gets treated in Noah, where it's like, yeah, he was champion, but he's not the guy. He's not treated like the guy. He's not treated like it when he goes to New Japan. He's not on the level of even their most bottom wrestlers. Mio Momino's not main eventing all these other shows. Yeah, she might be in a tag every now and again, but look at Sariism. She's not in that. She was the 3 AEW champion. You know who was? Takumi Iroha. That's who was in the main event. That's what we're talking about. 25 years old. Where do you go from here, Mio Momino? I'd fucking get out of there and sign with Stardom. Hell, go to that Crunchyroll anime promotion in New York City that's opening up. Who knows? Go back to West Coast Pro. At least you got some good matches with Queen Amanita. My God. Mayumi Ozaki. 23 years later, she is back at the top of being the champion of Gaia. I saw this result and I had to see the match. I had to see most of the card for myself and record immediately. And then I remembered, oh shit, I forgot to record some other Joshi on the last podcast episode. So since I'm here, figured why not? Nightshade and Yu defeat Chikayo Nagashima and Aroha, 18.5 minutes. That's not good. You know I'm not the biggest YUU fan, but Nightshade, oh no. Oh no. Marvelous takes the L there as well. This trio's match was pretty okay, though. Maria Kawahata, Sandra Moon defeating the Inaba sisters and Miko Wada. 11.5 minutes. That was alright. That was maybe the best match on the show. Sakura Hirota defeats the jobber that is Unagi Sayaka. She gets a win in GLEAT at least, right? What a terrible promotion that is. Aoki and Hidaka, the Wave Tag Team Mixed Gender Tag Champions, defeat Leo Osaka and Tomoka Watanabe, 11.5 minutes. Oh, and by the way, the first challenger for Ozaki, big-time Tomo Watanabe, wants her title back. Mio Momino, 90 days, couldn't get a challenger to save her life, never even bothered to book her for a defense. Not a one. Nope. Mayumi Ozaki? Ha! She'll beat some people up. She'll beat up the Marvelous roster. No problem. And then Aoi defeats Ai Hozan in 3 minutes in the opener. That's a lot of L's for Marvelous at their Korakuen Hall. That's a lot of L's. Gaia was not a well-booked promotion, guys. And one of the best jokes I saw on this day was a friend of mine, Discord member, Red Leaf Retrocast listener, putting together his best top 10 women's wrestlers of all time, and he goes, you know what, Chigusa Nagayo? I think she's out of my top 10. And then he saw this result, and then saw some of the match, and he goes, fuck it, out of the 15. I died. So funny. We move on to someone actually being pushed in multiple promotions. I gotta give a lot of credit here. We're going to Ganbare. Ganbare Joshi. 2:05 at the KFC Hall, so we got some TJPW numbers here. July 16th. Apologies, I forgot to do this in the last episode, but I'll do it now, because I gotta give some flowers. This Yuri lowercase u, capital R, capital I, Yuri defeats Misa Kagura, 11.5 minutes. This was pretty good. Yuri's got new gear, new look, new style. She's got a sick jumping sleeper hold. Reminds me a lot of, what's his face, the Black Swan guy in the UK. It's pretty quick and lethal. I like it. She's really improved. Yeah, over the last year and a half, Yuri has greatly improved, to say the least. And it's paid off. She's not the same wrestler. Also hanging out in this promotion generally is like Makoto, some of the Colors groups, Marika Kobashi, Saki and Yoshiko Hasegawa were in the mid-card. That was pretty okay. So that's what we're dealing with Ganbare Joshi. It's, I like I said, I don't know why they just didn't combine this thing with TJPW, make an actual, like, combined promotion of value. But, I don't know. I guess they don't want to make money or draw a crowd or make stars. Who knows? Yuri, at least, is getting a little over here in the sense of the scene. And that actually led to, on July 17th, so the next day, Ice Ribbon ran Yokohama Radiant Hall, which they haven't run a whole hell of a lot in quite some time. So I was pretty happy to see them there. Only got 210 for an Infinity title match. Kind of says a lot about where the promotion is now. You know, you can listen to kind of more in-depth attendance breakdown comparing to Pure J on the Pure J podcast, found on the Patreon, patreon.com/Ridley Retrocast, $5 tier, that Jaguar Nagayo tier. You can hear Pure J versus Ice Ribbon versus Wave now, tracking that. And Yuri challenged Totoro Satsuki for the title, and what an abysmal run this Totoro Satsuki had. You can tell the run was kind of never really planned out, especially with the Sauriano heading over to Stardom and doing a stint there. Kind of had to work with what they got. Put Yappy in the main event against her. That didn't draw a dime. Expectedly, to be honest. Totoro's botching moves in main events. She's not a champion, guys. She's not a main eventer. Never was. Never will be. They tried to book her like a monster. It's just bad matches. And they fucked and scared the shit out of some botches in this one, too. From the top rope as general. But Yuri comes out on top. 19 minutes, 44 seconds. Way too long for these two. You know, the tight Ganbare match against Misa Kagura was way better. And it was half the time. That's what they should be doing. I know I went on the Patreon and kind of broke down why Suzu Natsupoi being 9 minutes was very disappointing, because it led to a certain style of match that was too short. Because you know those two are capable of putting a banger match together in a main event that goes longer. And it goes 9 minutes, I felt kind of gypped. Match didn't click, didn't have the time to click. But 19 minutes of a Totoro match? No thank you. The only 19 minutes I want to see in Totoro is by Studio Ghibli. Then you got the Hikari Minami random return to Ice Ribbon, going for the tag titles against Makoto and The Ham. That went 20 minutes. She was teaming with Hinata. And Hikari Minami loses her big return match challenge. Hinata's another one that's returned. I think she was also trained by Emi Sakura, like, 2 decades ago. Shit, she's got to be in her 40s now. Let's see if Cage Match has her age listed. It says she debuted in 2005. It also says she retired in 07, so that kind of explains a lot. Okay. Ibuki Hoshi and Kaho defeat Arisa Shinose and Maya Yukihi in the match prior to that, because, you know, Maya Yukihi. What do you even say anymore? She's doing hot shows, dressing like a bunny, and 666 shows, doing shtick and gimmick. You almost wish she would have just left at this point altogether. This is what her future... She was a perennial Wrestler of the Year contender. Leading a promotion, putting him on her back, and now... I can't anymore. It's too sad. So props to Yuri. See, I like wrestlers when they improve and they put in the work and show me what they got. Now, is this the right decision for Ice Ribbon? I mean, I don't have a problem in theory with Yuri winning. I believe she's going to defend the title against Rina Amakura on a Gambare show. And I think that's the first time the title is going to be defended outside Ice Ribbon with two non-Ice Ribbon wrestlers. That's not a good thing, guys. That's a sign the promotion is very much struggling heavily. But we already knew that. You guys listening to this podcast know that. The bigger issue isn't Yuri. Yuri's fine. There's like I said, there's nothing wrong with her champion. The bigger issue is you got Ibuki Hoshi as your kind of main example to go off of right there. Maybe it's a school thing, why they can't put the title on her, or won't put the title. You can do whatever you want. Won't put the title on her, but she's on every one of these shows. What difference would it make if she's champion? Tsukasa Fujimoto's coming back? Sort of, kinda. She had a comeback match after her child, good for her. Ibuki Hoshi got the big pin over her, but that's a classic Japanese story. You know, person comes back from hiatus, injury, what have you. And Ibuki pinned her. So was the story about Tsukasa coming back and vowing for the title, as she said? It'd be a hell of a story if Ibuki was champion and Tsukasa's coming back and, hell, Ibuki beats her in her comeback title challenge. Then you got some story there. Can Tsukasa get to the mountain one more time? Because God knows she's been champion a lot in Ice Ribbon's history. And she hasn't been the big draw that people think she has been. But is she a bigger star than everyone in this promotion right now? Absolutely. Could it hurt to have her have another run at this point in the status of this promotion? No, it certainly could not hurt. I doubt less people are going to go to Ice Ribbon shows more than they are now if Tsukasa Fujimoto's champion again. I still don't know why they don't do that with Mayuki. I don't get it. Ibuki Hoshi, in my opinion, should be champion already. It's been well over a year of this, and she's had challenges and lost, and she can't even sniff the main event. I really think they should have had Ibuki beat Sariano for the title, and then you can have Yuri beat her. That's fine too. There's no reason you can't ease Ibuki into a long title reign. You don't have to do it right away. You don't have to do the 1.5 year long Mayuki run. You know? Alright, enough burying Ice Ribbon. Let's talk about Sariism. Do I have a drop for this? I think I might. I'll play Arisa Nakajima's old JWP music. Alright, let's not make that go on any longer. Sariism. Kapitel 2. Aus Shinjuku Face. 561 Leute. Alright, enough German. People really like this show. I'm going to tell you why I thought it was okay. Ibuki Hoshi and the Curtain Jerker defeats the Evo Girl, Chi-Chi doing the Barbie Girl gimmick. 9 minutes. It's a rookie match. It's about what you expect. It was fine. Not much to bury it. You know what to bury, though? This Kaori Ito teaming with Kohaku against Jaguar Yokota and Kizuna Tanaka match. This is burial worthy. This was terrible. Kizuna Tanaka. You know, nice look for a rookie. Young. Probably has a lot of potential. It's hard to tell, guys. She's like 3 months in. When she debuted? She debuted. Says she's 18. Yeah, she debuted in April. It's August. Like, okay. She spent the entire time selling. She has zero offense to show at this point in time. Kohaku's like big beefy girl all of a sudden. Thighs for days. I don't like the haircut, though. Don't like that. She went to the same place Itsuki Aoki did. Ugh, no thank you. But Kohaku's looking good. Very advanced in the ring at this point. And she just beat up Tanaka left and right. Then you get Ito in. God, this Kaori Ito. She can't move. She can't walk. She gets blown up in 3 seconds because she ate the Marvelous roster originally. That's why half of them are gone. I mean, she's doing single leg crabs in which she has to like sit on the side of the wrestler on the mat because she can't hold her own weight and her knees are so shot. And she's double stomping people. No give because she can't control it anymore. There was a... What did she... I think she did a stomp and then sat on the face of Kizuna Tanaka. If it came out this girl got a concussion, it wouldn't shock me. Jaguar Yokota, look. Low impact offense, from the 70s. She's 62 years old. One of the all-time greats. Can still move out there, respectably. But she has taken 3 singles losses in the last 25 years. Okay? So what are we doing? She's doing like a Hurricane Rana and stuff, and that's all well and good. Okay? I don't bury all the former stars of AJW. But in 2023, what are we doing? This match was an atrocity. It was so bad. Hated it. Mio Momono, Miyuki Takase, 20 minutes. 2 out of 3 type match. Nowhere near as good as their Catch the Wave match that they had a few years ago in the heart of the pandemic. Shit, that might have been the last good Wave match. Real good. I think it's Wave's best match in the last probably 4 years. Since their hiatus. They didn't reach that level here. Kind of more on the slower side. Oh, and look, Takase did a job. Going back to what I said about how to build people up properly. Namely Miko Iwata. Decent little match. I liked it. Not great. But good. Then you got the main event. Kairi, whom is presumably going back to the Fed, WWE, teaming with Sari, fellow former Federali. Will that work? Sure. Defeating Arisa Nakajima and Takumi Oroha, 27 minutes, 38 seconds. Some people are calling this a match of the year contender. I'm not there. I thought Takumi Oroha was very much on her B game. I thought Kairi was very much on her house show game. Because why would she not be? She's out there to hit the elbow. Do some Kairi-isms on the Sari-ism show. But really, this was a building vessel for the Sari Arisa Nakajima Cork and Hall match for Seedling. For the title. That's what this was. And yes, I thought it was better than what they did in Seedling to build up their match. Arisa Nakajima and Sari were very much closer to the same page. they mostly had the same moves and mannerisms where they're forearming each other, Arias is kneeing her, they're no-selling Germans, etc., etc. Good stuff. Solid stuff. Some say great stuff. I'm a 3 out of 3 recommendation. Massively enjoyed this match. 4 stars? Sure. Great match. That was very good. It's a top 25, tag match of the year. Is it better than some of those other, trios or tag matches I've seen in Stardom this year? Yeah, it's about that level, but I don't have any of those at, match of the year contenders. So, I thought it was a really good match. Now, I see the trolling jokes that Sari is Booker of the Year now because she did 2 shows with 4 matches on them, and did essentially a good Sendai card from like 2018. That's what she's doing, right? I can't fault her for that. Hell, you got Kairi, book Kairi. You get Arisa Nakajima in there. Look, the talent's there. Of course, it's going to be good. It'd be weird if it wasn't, right? So they got 537 the first time, I believe, at Sarism 1. 561. I mean, they're really packing Shinjuku face. Think you can get up there. I know you can. I know in Stardom's old days, you could squeeze like 450 in Shinkiba first ring. But how long can this go on with Sari? It reminds me of a better Nomads, because you don't have the usual grifters of the scene kind of propping in. And you know the names. You know the names who I'm talking about. It's a matter of time before they, you get your Mayumi Ozaki on a show, your Nanai Takahashi, your Oz Academy infestation coming into these things. Kaoru Ito's. Hell, she's already on there. When's Kyoko Inoue coming? Sorry. When's Zap gonna get on this show? I'm keeping my eye on you. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it, Warrior of the Sun. Oh, fun fact. Mei Suruga lost to Aja Kong on the same day Mio Momono lost to Mayumi Ozaki. Gaia reigns supreme. There you go. Yeah, I felt like playing the Riho music. So before I get into the rest of the Joshi talk, I gotta plug the Patreon stuff because there's a lot going on over there. If you're not subscribed, let me tell you what's going on. So, complete and full coverage of the Stardom 5-Star Grand Prix. Each and every show is being released over there. Attendance talk, breakdowns of each match, the booking of it all. What you should go out of your way to watch. I really recommend it. I did it all last year, doing it again this year. It's one of my favorite things to do. The grind is real. Got every night up so far. And at this point, the Korakuen Hall show that was sold out was just released on Stardom World. So can't wait to cover that one. Also got the monthly Pure J episode. So if you're into Pure J, and it's the only podcast out there, I'm the only one that covers Pure J. With JPQ, we go every month, and we'll be discussing. We discussed this month earlier the preview of the Korakuen Hall show, so look forward to that next month. LLPW retro reviews, going through the creation of the company, and basically doing monthly Korakuen reviews for them. That's kind of what it's come down to. So LLPW, old promotion from the early 90s in the boom period of women's wrestling, as well as come out with every once in a while some sort of attendance or statistical breakdown of the Joshi scene. Seems to be a popular one. Just recently, I came up with actually a rankings over who the top women's wrestlers have been in the industry over the last 4 years, at least according to my nerd stats that I like keeping track of. So among all that, there's, of course, the Joshi 2010s journey, where twice a month I'll release an episode covering, well, the journey out of the dark ages of Joshi professional wrestling, covering all the promotions that were relevant of the time, what they could have done differently, what they did right, what matches are good, what matches are bad, the wrestlers to pay attention to, and a lot more. So with that said, let's get into what's happening, or what happened and what's going to happen in August here of 2023. I know we just discussed what's going on in Marvelous World in Oz Academy Land, where you heard me talk about the Miyamoto Ozaki match and how that was essentially a vessel just to carry on over to the Oz Academy for Chigusa Nagayo and Mayumi Ozaki to feud. What a great thing to see in 2023. And now, that match has become a hipster heat magnet for people to gas up how great the match was, while 98% of people agree that the booking was incredibly stupid, and yet they're trying to gas up the match as anything good. Look, nobody wanted to see Patrick Ewing play on the Orlando Magic. That's what I keep saying. Don't buy into it. Don't buy into the people who say, can't wait to see the story play out. Never happens. When was the last time someone got over by beating Mayumi Ozaki? When was the last time someone beat any of these old guard people who's under 35 years old? That's the thing. Well, Ice Ribbon's running a Korakuen coming up. I had mistakenly thought it was the previous weekend here. It's actually in a couple weeks. I just thought I read the date wrong. What's happening is Ibuki Hoshi's challenging Yuri for the title, and that's essentially the only match that matters. They're doing their little rookie tryout TV gimmick that they did many years ago. I believe that's how they got Risa Sera involved. So who knows what might happen there. At best, it's going to take Ice Ribbon like 5 years to get back into the swing of things, assuming they just don't crumble completely at this point and unfortunately close. You know me in this podcast. When I started it, Ice Ribbon was right at the forefront and covering it, and I've been doing it the entire time. I don't intend to stop now. But yeah, coverage has died down because the promotion has died down, right? It's a shell of itself. I pull up these statistics here of, Ice Ribbon used to run Korakuen pretty frequently. And yeah, I had an opinion that they ran Korakuen too much during the pandemic and they overindulged themselves and they should cut back. But look, they've ran Korakuen one time this year for an attendance of 409 people. And with the main event as poorly built as it is, and with a cold challenger, Ibuki Hoshi is not some hot prospect like she used to be. They've beat her too much. The Hikaru Shida quote unquote storyline proved to be nothing, just as much as Hikaru Shida's catch the wave or the wave title she's had all year. Would it shock me if Ice Ribbon dips below the 500 marker again? It wouldn't. I in fact expect them. If somehow they get over 500, well, good for them. I mean, it's still not a good number. Pure J just got 520. That's not good by any means. By their standard, it's normal, right? You don't want to see them go below, but I just can't see Ice Ribbon doing well at this Korakuen Hall with the card that they have put together with rookies, the Ham being a semi-main eventer, outsider who isn't a star by any capacity. I'm curious what the domestic Ice Ribbon fan base is even at this point. You look at their July and pre-August numbers. Yeah, they had Rifu Ribbon with excuse me. They had Rifu Ribbon with the Tsukasa comeback. It got 236. 236. That's their third highest attended show this year. They've run the least non-dojo shows over the three companies that, we can conceivably keep track of, and that's Wave, Pure J, and Ice Ribbon. They've run the least. They don't even run Yokohama Radiant Hall all that much anymore. I think they've run it twice this year. And I'm looking at the stats. Yeah, they got 175 and 210 in there. Not great. That between that and the 176 box in Osaka, those were kind of their big stomping grounds, right? And they're rarely there anymore. Okay? They're just not popping 200 plus, 300, 400. They're not doing that anymore. That's not what this promotion is. And I can't even say they're any rebuild. We don't know what the floor still is for Ice Ribbon, unfortunately. The rookies they keep gathering, whichever stock they want to pull from, it's still kind of on that baseline Emi Sakura strategy, where you can kind of get people in a gym and see who wants to stick around, and a lot of the times they got a 3-year lifespan on them. Who are these people that are going to stay and carry this promotion in the future? We don't know. And there's no one that's cropping up in this promotion, or no one that they're booking that looks like they're going to take the reins. I mean, that Totoro run was a complete disaster. She didn't move anything whatsoever. I really think they missed the boat with Sauriano as champion and utilizing what little they could do with her and getting someone like Ibuki Hoshi over, right? They just didn't do that. Okay. More positive, at least, is Actress Girls. Whether I like to joke it's a real promotion or not, or it's real fake wrestling, the fact is they quote-unquote sold out Korakuen Hall. They got 1,020 people in attendance, and this looked legit, okay? This is not some 798 Oz Academy number or some 726 Diana number, right? This was a legit 1,000 people, and we subtract Stardom and TJPW. This is the largest attended Joshi show this year on the Indies, okay? And it's a testament. This is what a rebuild looks like. I don't agree with how Actress Girls ownership does business, but there is something to be said for they know how to recruit, they know how to get cheap labor, and they know how to utilize the wrestling business at its core basics. Build new stars and characters. Have someone that can hold the reins at the top. This is Miko Ano and Act Yasukawa. And have a trainer that knows what the fuck they're doing, right? But that's Fuka in this sense. They got a core group there. Now, it's not something for me, and that's why I don't cover it on this particular podcast. And, if they want to call themselves a fake promotion, well, then I'm going to treat them like one. However, they drew a crowd. Something that the Joshi indie scene hasn't seen for in this COVID and post-COVID era. Okay? Actress Girls is doing what a lot of the Joshi scene just fails to do. And I think it would behoove someone like a Wave, an Ice Ribbon, maybe even a TJPW. Not TJPW at least recruits people. The other ones don't really know how to do that. They don't know how to allocate money. They don't know how to utilize cheap costs to make ends meet, or at least try to get themselves to grow. And isn't it funny that when Actress Girls weren't quote-unquote drawing so well, they just stopped announcing, but as soon as they get a 1,000 Korakuen, bang, hey, look at this, we're posting it everywhere. I keep telling you, If Sendai and Marvelous and these promotions that don't do this, the second they start drawing again, they're going to start announcing those numbers. You know? So I'm gonna look forward to watching that Miko Ano Act Yasukawa main event. Eventually, I'm gonna be able to see that one way or another, and I'll write that down and come on here and talk about it. The Seed Korakuens coming up. Arisa Nakajima Saori is your big main event. It's a one-match card. The last time Seedling ran Korakuen, they got 585. They didn't crack 600, but I think they can do 600 this time with an Arisa Nakajima Saori main event. I think they can do that. Seedling hasn't been firing off on any cylinders this year at all. But if there's one thing that's tried and true to this promotion, it's a solid main event, right? They pretty much run the same card month in and month out. The same type, right? No real ups and downs and ebbs and flows to what's happening, but main events are what you come to see. And I think there's some value for Saori. She proved it with her Saoriism shows, getting 500 people to Shinjuku Face. I don't see why they can't get at least 500 plus to a Korakuen with a big main event title match with Arisa goddamn Nakajima, because she's awesome and I praise her constantly. Looking forward to that. I think Saori's going to win. And I don't necessarily disagree with that, but it's kind of funny that Seedling is the one to kind of book her first as a main eventer and all these other promotions. I just think these other promotions just can't even afford her. Not really. I mean, she's still sticking with, the Diana roots, the Sendai roots. You know the people I'm talking about. Meiko, Ito, Kyoko. We'll see if she shows up in Oz Academy one of these days. Oh boy, here we go. It is time. I know you guys have been waiting anxiously. Anxiously? Sure. For what I'm about to do. Here we go. Oh my god, TJPW does it again. This promotion entertains me to no end. Tetsuya Koda, the other TK out there, that kind of doesn't know what the fuck they're doing half the time. My god, Miyu Yamashita is your 2023 Princess Cup champion. The supposed person for over a decade that could never win a tournament. That was her story. Has now won both of them in the same calendar year. What a coincidence that the Princess Cup winners over the last couple years, Yuka, Maki Ito, are seemingly not in this promotion anymore. Mizuki won back-to-back years, didn't win the title, lost all sense of momentum and star power to get to that point. Now in a floundering title reign. Would it shock me if Tetsuya Koda goes, I gotta book Miyu to win, brother? That's the only option. This Mizuki, this Year of the Rabbit, Hak Fui. Get that out of here. Wouldn't shock me at all. We kind of all saw this coming. Miyu Yamashita, the 2023 winner. And I gotta say, this tournament, this year, just a nothing. Just nothing. Low effort. Bad attendance after bad attendance. No discussion. And then once Miyu Watanabe left, everything was gone. The fandom just didn't care. You know, you got your few people that really bought into the Miyu Yamashita story. We've seen this woman on top for a decade. Okay? She doesn't need to win these tournaments. Can she? Sure. You know, you got a Wrestle Princess main event to book. They haven't made any new stars. Who else is there? Shoko? They beat her early. Rika Tatsumi? Yeah, you could have done her. Little double title match action, whatever. Yeah, but she's got to defend the international title on that show. Maybe. I mean, there were a couple options, but what really was there? You know? They clearly just went with what they know, right? So they did the semifinals and the finals at Korakuen Hall. And I'm pulling up the attendances year over year. And yes, okay. 525 for the semifinals. Okay. And for the semifinals last year, hold on, I got these things backwards. I'm trying to get this aligned here. Okay. So this was, okay, so that's finals to finals. And, oh, I thought I clicked on it. I did not. Okay, here we go. Apologies. Okay, so it's 444 for the semifinals last year, where it was Watanabe, Miyu Yamashita. And this kind of goes into what I was talking about before, where Miyu Watanabe is not big enough star. Didn't get any, she had no wins prior to that tournament. And what do you know? What a repeat story this was, eh? I said this last year. It would have been so great if Miyu Watanabe had real momentum and kayfabe booking behind her to get to those points, rather than just, I mean, yes, there is certainly a fan movement behind her, okay? There's no doubt about that, okay? But she had no wins prior, and that's why that's why they drew so poorly. So it's up year over year, 525. Okay? Still not a good number. These are pure J numbers. This is what, like, Ice Ribbon's hoping to get these days. These are wave numbers. TJPW's the number 2 Joshi promotion. You're telling me they can't crack 600-700 consistently for a big knockout tournament? This is their biggest tournament of the year. This is their biggest time. It should be their biggest time. But really, it's a 3-show promotion? 4-show? Right? They got their January 4th show. They got the Grand Princess show in March. They got their Summer Sun, generally end of June, July. And then they got Wrestle Princess. Okay, you got 4 shows. Then you got your Korakuens in between, which, you know, this is kind of the Stardom strategy. This is a healthy, this is a healthy promotion schedule, but the way they run these Korakuen halls, and the way they build to them, kind of exposes them as not a hot promotion. You know, it really comes across closer to like what DDT and those discussions go. It's like, why can't this promotion draw? We know the answers. Shit like this. This year's Miyu Watanabe was Yuki Kamifuku, except no fandom movement behind her. That's the difference. That's what we got. Right? So in the finals, 551 last year, okay? And 657 this year. Coincidentally, that's the same exact number they got for the tag tournament finals they did back in February. So, not cracking 700. Not great numbers for a tournament final. I mean, it's consistent with what they've been doing this year for like a monthly, quote-unquote, big Korakuen in the 600s. But they really only got that 700 one time And that was the Sawyer Wreck match, of all things. Big, scary Gaijin's draw. What do you know? It had some intrigue, and that is also kind of where it's more interesting to the domestic fan base. This is my interpretation. It's more interesting to the domestic fan base for someone unique from the outside to come in than building your own stars. Okay? Now, this might sound hypocritical when I get to the Stardom section, when I talk Stardom X Stardom, but I'll have a good reasoning why it actually works on one end and doesn't work for, say, what TJPW is. And I'll give the short answer for that now is when TJPW books these foreigners, they're one in and out. Right? There's no build. Or severe lack. And hell, we saw that with Summer Sun Princess, with the Maki Ito Mizuki match. No build. Nothing. Not really. You just kind of referenced their past in a post-match promo, and then they called it a day. And the reality is, when you put together a Korakuen Hall with one match on it of interest and consequence, yeah, you're going to draw 600-something people. Max. With Yuki Kamifuku in the main event? No chance. So this number didn't shock me at all. Even when people were watching, they're like, oh, maybe there's 800 there. Nah, no way. 800 in Oz Academy land. Right? So, let me get to the semifinals. Okay? So in the semifinals, it was Miyu Yamashita defeating Yuki Arai 13 minutes. And actually, if you want to tell me the Miyu Shoko against Endo Moka Miyamoto match was the best match on the show, would not argue with you. Here's why. Miyu Yamashita did back-to-back carry jobs on both nights. Look, I like Yuki Arai. I even came on here and said, fuck it, have her win. Who cares, right? Make somebody. Let's try. Yuki Arai has a fandom around him. She's, I guess, mildly built in the kayfabe sense, but look, she missed half her shit. Miyu Yamashita bodied her for about 10 minutes. Arai got some kicks in, and then we called it a day. TJPW fans loved it. Okay, cool. Yeah, 1 out of 3 recommendation, sure. I didn't hate it. Just wasn't all that great. And the main event was Kamifuku defeating Rika Tatsumi. Rika Tatsumi trying her end at a carry job, and in this sense, she didn't really succeed. Kamifuku's clumsy. Doesn't really have much offense. Yeah, she's a fine little mid-carder. But again, what is this woman doing winning out of nowhere? Just absolute nowhere. If they knew they were going to do this, she couldn't go on some streaks, getting some noticeable momentum behind her, but this woman hasn't sniffed a main event, like, ever. And then we get to our finals. Yamashita, Kamifuku, the Kamiyu. And, I don't know, 1 out of 3 recommendation. 16-minute match where I am not kidding. Yuki Kamifuku goes the entire match, big booting, some chops, some slaps, but Miyu Yamashita is in charge the entire time. And around the 13-minute mark, 14, Kamifuku hits the Fame-Master finisher, and they couldn't even do a proper near fall for this woman. She has to pick up Yamashita for the worst brainbuster you've ever seen. Gets mildly a 2 count. No reaction from the crowd. And that's the other thing. The Yuki Arai match had crowd reaction. None other match did. There was your 5 people cheering. It's not a hot match, not a hot main event, not a hot crowd. But this is on par for TJPW crowds, so I'll give that a pass for now. It's not really indicative of my point. So Kamifuku immediately then proceeds to get blasted with the Yamashita specials. You might as well have queue up the music now. Just skull kick, crash rabbit heat. This was an absolute mugging. And I was just thinking to myself, Miyu Yamashita, you might as well pull an Ozaki, pick this woman up, and get her another skull kick. Really remind her who the boss is. I couldn't believe it. A tournament final in the Joshi scene in one of the most one-sided matches I've ever seen. Even Ozaki gave Mio Momono some near falls where the crowd went, ooh. Man. So, you got your main event. Miyu Yamashita against Mizuki. Wrestle Princess. You got the vacant tag titles in a, like a couple, let's see, they're going to have a couple three-way tags, and then they'll have the tag match on there. I don't know. Daydream against Free Wi-Fi, I guess. Whatever the fuck. Boy, that Wrestle Princess card is very not in. It doesn't inspire very much, does it? What did they draw for Wrestle Princess last year? 1,007? Ugh. I think that's correct. That's not good. Will they beat it this year? Maybe. I think they gotta beat the January 4th Korakuen. I think they gotta do that at least, right? Who knows? Let's move on to Stardom. Okay, Stardom X Stardom. Here we go. So if you want the 5-star Grand Prix talk, this is not for you. That is what the Patreon's for. But I gotta say, been loving this tournament. I actually did the entire first night of the Grand Prix for free audio. You can get that on the Patreon or on this very feed. Go ahead and search it out. That'll give you a good taste for what's been going on, but the tournament's hitting high, hitting hard, hitting well. A couple shows at the beginning there in kind of no-name towns, in libraries, as I described them. But we're here for Stardom X Stardom. 1796 from the Edion Arena in Osaka, Japan. Headlined by the outsider, Megan Bayne taking on Tam Nakano. So, year over year, okay, 1796 this year, in Osaka, last year, 1353 in Aichi. So, I would consider both these cities pretty good sizes. I generally think Osaka draws a little better compared to Aichi in comparison. But significantly different formats to each shows, even though they had a similar theme of more or less a quote-unquote outsider coming in to try to take the titles, right? Particularly the red belt. And dare I say, Megan Bayne, a bigger draw than Nanai Takahashi? I think so. Just to get that out of the way. But this show had a theme to it. And I've seen some opinions on the show that it under-delivered or, you know, what are we doing this in the middle of the 5-star for? I have no issue with Stardom X Stardom. I actually didn't have an issue with it last year. I like a pay-per-view big show like this in the middle of the big tour. I think it allows you to do some interesting things, like we saw here on this show. And if you want, if there's people in the 5-star, it gives them a little time off, get you to book a different schedule. You can do unique matchups, and you can pivot to some big changes in case some things happen. Now, they didn't do any pivoting this year, but the theme was interesting to me. Okay, where seemingly your top 4 matches involved some sort of, I would say, foreign presence to it. Okay? And it really impacted the importance of, like, Japanese fighting spirit, right? Maybe not in the truest sense of the words, but look, we had Maria May, a foreigner, British, mind you, going for or trying to retain the tag titles. Okay, you had Julia defending the New Japan Strong Women's title associated with America. More on that in the post match. Mayu Iwatani with the IWGP Women's title match with Utami, who had just come back from America to challenge for this thing, with an American move given by the American wrestler Shayna Baszler. And then you had Tam Nakano defending against Megan Bayne, the American Giant. Right? Very un-Stardom-like. Very, well, maybe if we go back to like 2013. But you get the idea. And, you know, I thought this show over-delivered. You know, I came on here and said the Megan Bayne match was going to be the most hyped 3.5 star match of the year, at least in terms of my fandom. I had no confidence in the Julia Yu match, and yet somehow I was in my own Discord defending this match a little bit. Okay? Yeah, let's not waste any time. So, Gauntlet tag team match, bunch of people came out, 22 minutes. It's like a pre-show deal. Mei Seira and Suzu Suzuki win this thing. I think I would have rather just Mei Seira and Suzu just have a straight tag against, I don't know, New Eras. Why not? Momo and Rina? Pick somebody. More on that later. Starlight Kid defeats Natsuko Tora in a 7-minute match. This was a Grand Prix match, and the only Grand Prix match we're going to discuss here. Good! Starlight Kid beat the fraud leader Natsuko Tora in a straight singles. They did some Oedo Tai shtick. They countered each other of the shtick. Really reminded me of like a Kagetsu facing, well, not Hana Kimura, but I was going to go somewhere with that, but best not. So Starlight Kid wins. She does get the roll-up victory. She didn't straight up pin her, but you know, this is Joshi. A lot of roll-ups tend to happen, but I thought they executed this pretty well. And Kid gets a big win. Nice. No complaints out of me there. Saki Kashima defeats Koguma, retains the high-speed title, 5 minutes. They did some shtick early. They went to the high-speed roll-up thing gimmick. It's like a marvelous mid-card match, except it doesn't go 8 minutes, it goes 5. And Kashima pretends she basically says she got the shit kicked out of her, beats Koguma, and then she's like a zombie crawling towards the Hat Man there, and he's just, get out of here. Yeah, it's a high-speed match. I don't know what to expect out of this title. They had a couple good years with it, with the Natsupoi, Starlight Kid, Azumi, kind of going back and forth with it for a while, and now we're kind of back to, I was really trying to get to the Saki Kashima involved with those people, because that would be immensely more interesting. But instead, we're just kind of doing these short end matches. You would think while some people are kind of not busy doing other things, they could just slot into this. But that's just not how this title's booked. That's not the interest. It's an undercard title, and it's treated as such. Mei Seira comes out, Saki Kashima ducks her, announces Momo Kogo as the challenger instead. That story on goes. Goddess of Stardom title match. Poi and Ano defeat the Club Venus duo in 13.5 minutes. I thought this rocked. Ano and Maria May were chucking each other on their necks and heads. Poi and Shirakawa were going at it, bumping uglies. Probably shouldn't phrase it that way, but sticking with it. I don't even know what I meant there. Trying to tell a joke. Totally failed. I apologize. Yeah, this absolutely rocked. The I think one of the bigger issues was Maria May really had the big boo-boo face on the minute she came out. She was low energy for the dance. That's a bummer. It really tipped it all off. Mina Shirakawa was all business. She was full energy. She was... What a consummate professional this Mina Shirakawa is. Maria May, by the time she got to the ring, she put on a more serious look and demeanor, but damage was done. So I was just kind of waiting for the result in the end. But the match ended up being, in my opinion, the second best match on the show. Just under 4 stars from me. 2 out of 3 rec. Just solid work up and down. And if you go onto the Patreon and listen to the 5-star review from Himeji, I go on like a 10-minute rant of what a year and development Maria May has had. And I stand by that immensely. I want this woman to sign to this promotion yesterday. But she's been in here for 8 months. I wish this tag title reign was a little bit longer, but the ultimate story is Mina Shirakawa gets shit taken away from her. Anytime she finally gets an accomplishment, it's gone by the Cosmic Angels. New Japan Strong Women's title. Oh, Mei Seira and Suzu come out and challenge afterwards. Which I'm into. I could have sworn Suzu cut a promo calling anyone over 25 old and washed up. Now, I'm not using her exact words, but pretty sure she was calling anyone over 25 old, which goes into the old AJW thing, but anyways. Strong women's title match. Julia against Yu. Yu does the monster no-sell gimmick for the majority of the time. Batch Julia around, and they went for a technical match, which a lot of people have opinions on Julia's technical style. Now, I think she's improved over the last couple of years, but unfortunately, when it comes to the YUU and her goofy indie, I'll call it arsenal, that she eventually, with the fucking bounce and roll to the outside, where someone stands there and looks like a goober. I wanted more chopping and slapping. And we just got too much technical. A lot of holds. And it played into the finish, yes, I know. Where you actually submits, which was shocking. I was very convinced she was going to lose via roll-up. Like is how she may lose most of her matches. I was half expecting a count-out, to be honest. But to the credit, Julie got her to submit clean. Gets the first big win over this person in the promotion. Not sure how much that's really worth in the end. I just think they just kind of had a boring match. I can't say it was bad, but it went 19 minutes. That's way too long for YUU to be in the ring. That's like, it felt like something Eve would book. No, Eve would book like a 10-minute match with like 70,000 other things happening, but this just didn't go over very well. It doesn't have a very strong rating on Cage Match by any means, and it didn't get a very strong rating with Stardom fans either. So I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked it went down like this. I just don't think it was bad. Just think it was kind of boring. Now, good match was Mayu Iwatani against Utami Hayashishita. 21 and a half minutes. This rocked my socks off. Absolutely astounding. Utami is... There was something weird at the beginning, though, where I think they had a miscommunication on an arm drag, and Utami kind of slipped back a little bit, and she then started to sell her arm, and Mayu, again, being a consummate professional, much like Mina Shirakawa, decides, I'm just going to kick this woman as hard as I can in the back, in the arm, in the face, and they just got right back into it. And it was all gravy from there. Utami slowly gets more power and power and power moves on Mayu. They build up to the big Mayu spots, the dive to the outside, little second rope moonsault action. And we end with the fucking Poison Rana with the hold roll pin. Loved it. This felt like This was like a red belt Utami match. She was dressed like it too. Mayu's coming out to her big title theme. And I thought this over-delivered. I thought this delivered higher than when Utami won the title from her in the first place. And it kind of shows to the extent of where Utami is at her game right now. She does feel like she's a little off, but it's not by much. And I got a heavy kick out of Mayu kicking out of that terrible Shayna Baszler move. Just immediately burying it. I love the BT Bomber Hurricane Rana counter. That was awesome. We're going to get to another counter here. Oh, I forgot to mention. Deonna Purrazzo and Giselle Shaw came on the screen post the match with Julia. And they challenged her for the strong title in, I guess, Philly. So I guess it's going to be a three-way, and then I was informed that Momo Kogo on Twitter or some shit just goes, I'm in the match too. Four-way. Like, okay, sure. Good for Momo Kogo. She gets a strong women's title match. Then we get to the main event. Tam Nakano, Megan Bayne, 16 and a half minutes. The best match of Megan Bayne's career. As short as that is. She healed up from an ACL tear after a year out. And she's been slowly back over the last 4 months. The difference in Megan Bayne and Sawyer Wreck. And it's not because Megan Bayne is a better wrestler. The point is, Megan Bayne shows up, takes out Tam, challenges for the red belt, and then goes on tour the entire time on all these shows for Stardom and just dominates everybody. Now, I did say, and I will say this is free on the Patreon, that, yeah, there's a limit to what you can do with Megan Bayne at this point in her skill level and her greenness of her career and the type of monster that she's being booked like. It's utilizing her strengths, hiding her flaws. I get that. The other issue I had was she didn't beat anyone of purpose. She beat up Hanako and Hanan every night, right? Now, when she was in those trios matches and tags, she had the fucking awesome move where she'd pick up Meisera Suzu and toss their ass to the outside and take everyone out so she could hit the F5 and pin someone easily. Taking out your competition with your friends or with your teammates, mind you. Love that. That was great. And all of those elements that Megan Bayne was doing in those building matches played into this match with Tam Nakano. They did a couple press conferences together where Bayne came out on top. Just booked as strong as humanly possible. And really laughed, and so did the crowd, as my cat jumps off the mic table. Megan Bayne looks at Tam in her eyes and does the fucking fist of the North Star line. Omaero Shinderu. I will destroy you. I will murder you. I will kill you. Very funny. So as for the match, I did enjoy it. It's like a top end 3.5 star match, if that makes any sense. 2 out of 3 rec. It was very entertaining. I thought it was pretty well structured for what they could do. Tam Nakano fights from behind, and they build up to Tam doing big counters in big spots and finally hitting the German suplex, and Megan Bayne takes this fucking thing right on her neck. Pro move. Because the crowd was behind it. I did feel like the crowd was behind Tam Nakano pretty well in this. Nothing in Japan gets over easier than big, scary foreigner against your valiant babyface. I think the case in point that I like referencing is the Keiji Muto Vader match in the G1, where Vader just pummeled that man the entire time for Muto to roll him up, and the crowd explodes. Okay? And the match mostly sucked. But it was an entertaining beating, I guess. Okay? Tried and true formula. Love the F5 counter into the DDT. I love Tam Nakano chopping down the cherry wood, basically. That's what we got. Now, what I think they could have done was Megan Bayne doing these choke slams, and I did like the powerbomb sequence getting into the F5 where Tam does kick out. Oh my god, when Megan Bayne hit that F5, that crowd was just like, oh shit. Or at least a chunk of the crowd. Right? I didn't know that they were going to even approach that in this match. It was a straight kick out of the F5. Could they have just done foot on the rope? Yeah, maybe. Sure. The move I wish they would have built up to and really invoked a lot of end match drama was the big over the shoulders toss to the outside of the floor. They did that within the first 2 minutes of the match, and then it was Tam trying to fight for her life the entire time there. I think it would have been even better if they did that at the 12-minute point, the 11 minutes, after all this damage, and then you just do this wild move that really just shocks the crowd. Because, when I saw that, I actually was spoiled on that move. When I saw that GIF on Twitter of that, I thought that was going to be near the end. And no, I was like, oh my god, they did it already? And I think that's an extent of Megan Bayne just not quite. She's got a lot to learn in that sense of how to structure a match and what to do for that. And who knows? Maybe that's Tam Nakano's idea to do it in the first 2 minutes. Well, then Tam Nakano needs to learn too. But in this instance, there's a lot of just basics that I think Megan Bayne could use some work on. She could use some work on not doing the NXT face, being all shocked and flustered all the time, putting her hands in her hair. A lot of just these American tropes that are WWE-isms, and you get the idea. Sauntering around the ring with her hands out. She couldn't be doing the Fist of the North Star line, talking shit to Tam. She was very quiet. I needed more animation from her. I needed more crowd work. I mean, how much better would it have been if after she tosses Tam to the outside like that, she's telling the ref to count. She's walking around, yelling at the crowd, just going, talking the shit, right? More of that would have really helped this match out reach another level. But what I think is kind of overblown, but I do understand where some are coming from, is how quickly Megan Bayne got up after getting pinned. and kind of loosely arguing before exiting the ring quickly and walking to the back. This is where her like lack of charisma really hurts her. So Tam Nakano chops her down. She hits the spinning heel kick square, does the running knee, and then she gets her just in a tiger suplex and pins her 1-2-3. Kind of abrupt. Bane holds it for a little bit, gets the ice pack, and that's when then she kind of gets up, and Tam is just like broken, right? You know, it's not like Tam needed her big finisher to put her down, okay? They established that she could just beat her with the tiger suplex. That's fine. I mean, she's not picking her up for the violet screwdriver. No. But, you know, she could have got the hammerlock and those things in, and that was always an option. She didn't do that. She beat her with like her third tier finisher, right? Kind of denounces Megan Bayne a little bit. I think if they were going to go that route, she could have had the kill finisher, right? And then Bayne could sell it more. Would get it over more. Again, they didn't do that. There was definitely that ending sequence missing to make it go. And honestly, if Megan Bayne was a little better at selling at this point in her experience, I think it would have been better if Tam would have had more offense. Because too often, especially in Japanese wrestling, well, no, it happens in American wrestling too. I mean, people point to the Rush Jack Perry match, Lance Archer, whenever he pops up wherever, where it's just too often we see the big, tall person be scary, no sell, and then eventually they get kind of the babyface will get the lucky win rather than the definitive win. I don't feel like this was a lucky win because Tam did hit a move and pin her for like 5, but it was as close as you get to that little trope. I'm not sure how the domestic audience vibes with this all the time. I know what I don't vibe with. It's not really that. I don't like making your champions look weak and they got away with something, right? Don't agree with that. But all in all, I think this was an absolute success when I loved the main event. I went 2 out of 3. I love the IWGP match. Went full 3, 4.25 area. It's probably going to make my top 10 here unless I start looking at GP matches a little better. We got a good tag title match. I didn't hate the strong title match. Didn't hate the high speed, but they certainly weren't my favorites. Kid and Toro was perfectly fine. You know, it's not going to make my show of the year list by any means, but I thought this was enjoyable and a good break from the Grand Prix. Is what I'm going with. Time to talk some All Japan women. And welcome, AJW Classics, episode 95. Here we go. We are continuing the August 24th, 1994 show. This is a 3-episode stretch here. Tokyo, Japan, at the Budokan. There we go. The previous episode was all about Chigusa Nagayo and the build up to the show, what the ticket sales were, and the like. And there may have been a misread on my part or a miswriting in what I was reading, where X amount of tickets were sold under, and then they dropped the entry price down. I tried searching for this again, and I could only find my one source that was worded quite poorly on second read. I mean, the show definitely sold out in some capacity. It's just how it's sold and when is now in question with my original statement in the previous episode. So I apologize for that at the very end of that one, because now I'm even questioning what I was reading. But regardless, last episode was about Chigusa Nagayo and the formation of Gaia that was announced shortly after this show. I really enjoyed her tag match with Toshi Yamada against the returning Yoshida and Saki Asagawa. I was surprised to learn that a lot of like retro AJW fans and even Meltzer were kind of down on the match a little bit. I thought it was pretty good. I was even on the blog of Doom here, and he went like 2.5, 3 stars on it. Let's see, he went 3.5. I was a little higher, but that was good. This episode is going to focus on the big unification title match between Kyoko Inoue and Manami Toyota, the All Pacific and the IWA title on the line. There's also the Reggie Bennett match, and among other things. So let's talk about this. So the IWA title is something for the last couple years on this AJW journey, particularly, let's call it post-Nagayo, okay? So like 91 on, okay? This has pretty much been the Kyoko Inoue title, okay? Manami Toyota won this thing in April of 92. Here we are, August of 94. This woman's had this forever, okay? So there's a connection between Kyoko and Manami Toyota with this particular belt. Okay, the purple belt, if you will. And so we've had 4 defenses since April 92. The most notable one being the hair versus hair match in 92 against Toshi Yamada for Manami Toyota, the Midsummer Typhoon show. That was 2 years ago. Okay? We did just cover the IWA title match just a couple episodes ago from Wrestling Queendom 94, where it was Toyota against Plum Mariko. Pretty good, right? Has been defended since. So we've gone March to August now. And this is AJW. They kind of treat their titles more like boxing titles, but sometimes we get a little bit more frequent than others and a couple other things. Okay? So there's something to be said there. So since about 91, the IWA title, to me, in the way it looks like, is more important than the All-Pacific title, despite the All-Pacific title having the quote-unquote much more rich history. Okay? I mean, if you've joined me on this journey from the beginning, or you came in the midway point, you know that a lot of the backlog, if you will, of past offenses just doesn't really exist, right? And there hasn't been that many champions of the All-Pacific title. We pretty much started in the Mimi Hagiwara days of this title, and then it was Devil Masami. Both, of course, vacated this fucker. Chigusa Nagayo feuded with the Glamour Girls, and then she would eventually vacated herself after her retirement. So for this purpose, let's look at what's happened with the All-Pacific title up to this point. Bull Nakano had it in 89. Tateno won it. And that was a controversial fashion there, leading to Tateno's quote-unquote retirement later, and how she wasn't able to actually take advantage of it. There was possibly some backstage grievances surrounding Tateno and the Matsunagas around that time. But ultimately, it went to Aja Kong and Suzuka Minami in short reigns, vacated again, and then here we go. Manami Toyota wins it in 1990. Okay? They complete the Suzuka Minami story. Okay? she immediately, quote-unquote, loses this to Akira Hokuto. Hokuto again completes with the Suzuka Minami story. So this was the Suzuka Minami title throughout the early 90s. We get to 92, which is where this IWA title comes in to play. 91, 92. We got Kyoko Inoue winning this thing from Bison Kimura after Bison Kimura had a pretty good reign, but pretty much had to let go of this thing due to Aja Kong essentially ending her career to this point as we cover AJW. Akira Hokuto wins this thing back, and then she vacates it. A lot of vacated titles throughout this All-Pacific history. Toshi Yamada wins it at the end of 93. This title was vacant for like 3 months, okay? After Hokuto. And that's going to be kind of Hokuto's defining quote-unquote title reign, unfortunately. So Yamada has this thing for a couple months, and then she loses it to Kyoko Inoue, who's on her second reign. Okay? So Kyoko Inoue wins this in March 94. Okay, so we have a correlation here in time frame. March 94. That was the last and most recent Bonami Toyota IWA defense against Plum Mariko. Again, I thought that was a good match. We watched the Saki Asagawa match. We definitely remember the hair versus hair match. Okay? Maybe we don't remember the Yoshida match very well. And maybe we don't even remember the Toyota Inoue match at WrestleMania when Toyota won the IWA title from Kyoko Inoue. I believe that was a 5-star match, according to Meltzer. That Marine Piad match in 92. Don't necessarily agree with that, but regardless, we move on. Well, Kyoko Inoue has actually defended this title since March. Okay? At a Grand Prix show, she defeated Saki Asagawa, and at a Korakuen Hall show in July. So the Hasegawa match was in June. In July, it was against Takako Inoue, and guess what? Couldn't find the footage. What a shock. Can't find all Pacific title defenses. If you guys know of any other way, I'd actually be curious to see that double Inoue collide deal. And that'll bring us to the Budokan here. Bonami Toyota and Kyoko Inoue unifying the titles. Okay? They have history between each other, between these two titles. And that gives us a decent little history going into it. This Classics episode begins with a Reggie Bennett teaming with Kaori Ito against the LLPW duo. That'll be a theme here. Eagle Sawai and Carol Midori. Okay? So Reggie Bennett, old construction worker herself, she bumps uglies with Eagle Sawai a few times in this match, but mostly this is boring as shit. It wasn't until Reggie Bennett near the end decides to start selling her ass off, almost hilarious, almost to a hilarious standpoint against Carol Midori. And Eagle Sawai, she's on a thing in this at this point in 94, where she's losing title matches to Shinobu Kandori in shit fashion. She's not putting on good matches. She's not in good form. And I just went off on her on some of these LLPW reviews. Because I'm like, man, one of my favorite retro wrestlers to watch right now, and she's just not putting it together. While Reggie Bennett comes in here, and she just goes, I'm going to make this a fun match at the end at the very least. Kaori Ito's also in this match. She dropped the Peter Pan gear. Fucking finally. She doesn't look like a complete dweeb going to Neverland. So instead, she looks like she's going to go to the freaking Garden of Eve with her like green leaves on the side of her outfit. This woman has the worst choice of gear. I can't, put her in a swimsuit. like the rest of these people would be better. She can't get the Oakland Raiders. Kari Omori. Call her up. Get those spikes. So yeah, not much else to say about the match. Eagle Sawai hits her 2-move comeback and wins this one for Team LLPW. Reggie Bennett is already on the She Cool list. Our next match on the Classics is actually the UWA tag titles on the line. Mita and Mima Shimoda, LCO, taking on another LLPW duo of Harley Saito and Gen Yukari. Now, I found multiple reviews of this particular Classics episode, and people keep saying or writing that Harley Saito is a bigger star than anyone in this match. From those LLPW reviews, disagree. I don't think Gen Yukari is any star, but I think at this point in 1994, both members of LCO are more over, more popular, and I'm going to say it, better wrestlers than Harley Saito. And I think they're bigger stars. I do. Harley Saito, yes, in 93, she had the Grand Prix run that was pretty good, and she put in some good matches. Good for her. She's not booked strongly in LLPW. She's an upper mid-carder at best. And I just haven't seen the resume of matches from her that make me think that she's some great worker or some big star. And this match wasn't like great by any means. I mean, the best moments were of course the double team moves that LCO were trying to pull off. Whether it's their newfound suicide dive over the top combination, or the variations of the Doomsday devices to try and finish off matches. That's cool. They're putting everything together, and it's really showing up for it. I mean, Mita getting that Death Valley driver into the works from the Grand Prix was huge. And Mima Shimoda is... I don't think she's as good as Etsuko Mita at this point in time, but she's got a good flair to her. So, this one delivered. I quite enjoyed it. I don't think it's like a 4-star match or anything, but when it comes to LCO, I have enjoyed a lot of their stuff, and 1994 is just getting better. How does this match end? This match was pretty slow for the most part, too, but there was a lot of counters and people hitting each other, and let's see here. Let me just read what's written here so everyone knows what the finish was. Mita tries a backdrop. Harley barely lands on her feet and does a German for 2. Mita catches her with a superplex for 2. Harley reverses Shimoda's falling clothesline. Lands badly. Let's see. Harley does a Tiger suplex for 2. Gen Yukari's botching a bunch of moves. Yes, I remember that. She's she's not very good. Shimoda clothesline. Yukari manages a German with an excellent bridge. LCO both jumps him. Mita hits the DVD. Assisted plancha dive. Combo to Saito. Oh yeah, Shimoda almost, I remember that spot. Shimoda almost overturns and lands straight on her dome. That was scary. So that leaves Gen Yukari in the ring, and who hits the Super Tiger Superplex? Either way. Match was only 13 minutes, barely, to end that way. And that'll take us into Kyoko Inoue, Manami Toyota. Now, let me say this. How long does this match go? 23 minutes, 23 seconds. Okay. The last 6 to 8 minutes of this match are phenomenal. Okay? Even if even if you include the botch and the exhaustion at the end of it all to kind of mess up the finish a bit, those 6 to 8 minutes are fantastic. Okay, getting to that point was a bit of a slog with the very technical aspect Kyoko Inoue just loves so doing, just trying to bend the bendable Manami Toyota all over the place with her lucha libre submission holds, surfboards, knee breakers. You get the idea. While Manami Toyota will try to do random high-flying shit, and boy oh boy, throughout this entire match, especially in the early to middle stages, she's just a botch machine. Okay? She goes for the no-hand springboard early, messes that up. Midway through the match, she tries another springboard, falls through the ropes. At the end of the match, she goes for a springboard and just trips on the middle rope, kind of slips, and then just falls back into Inoue. Manami Toyota was off her game. She was trying moonsaults and like face planting, not on her A game at all. This was tough to see from Manami Toyota, and in Kyoko's sense, Kyoko was nuts. She was just trying to suplex this woman all over the place and hit power moves from the very top. She did like 6 top rope moves in this for big near falls. And that's the thing. That was the actual, I can't believe I'm saying this. Kyoko Inoue was the saving factor of this. Manami Toyota was just a million miles an hour and she couldn't even keep up with herself. Okay? I read some speculation that both people were actually hurt going into this match. There was supposedly Kyoko Inoue is battling a pulled hamstring, which I didn't really see. If you told me Manami Toyota had to pull like calf muscle, which I was reading, that I'd believe, and it would explain a lot. So when Manami Toyota delved into finally just hitting a bunch of missile drop kicks and big front drop kicks from the top like she likes doing, that's when it finally got into a good pace. And particularly when we get to this final 8 minutes. Let's see. Kyoko tries the submission hold, the same one that won her the All-Pacific title. That was a good bit because what happens is Toyota reverses that into her Manami roll, and she gets a huge near fall off there, and then we were just off to the races. There was a Niagara driver attempt where I think she goes into small package, which looks like the Manami roll, but not quite. There was, let's see here. Yeah, so there's a German straitjacket. They're trying suplexes. Manami Toyota is literally being flipped over and landing on her feet. She's doing dragon suplexes. She's going for moonsaults. She's hitting them. That's a 2 count. So, oh yeah, they do go for the JOC and just fall back, and it's kicked out of. I don't know if this is the first time we've seen the JOC-S get kicked out of, but it certainly looked like more of a botch, and that's why it was kicked out of. So then, Toyota tries the Japanese Ocean suplex. That's the one with it's very close to the a Northern Lights bomb, but with a hammerlock, right? Crowd's going nuts for Kyoko Inoue. They do a double KO tease, which I thought was awesome. And then when they get to their feet, Manami tries to go to the top for another moonsault, and Kyoko finally gets her with a massive... I thought she was going for a straight German. She does the over-the-head, belly-to-belly suplex, like fucking Kurt Angle out here. Just insane. It's a 2 count. Picks her up immediately, hits the Niagara driver. That's a 2 count. I'm just pacing, I'm sweating, and then Manami Toyota botches that springboard. And I'm like, oh, no. Because that's the thing. You can mess up things early in a match, and then you could bring it back and make it to some all-time classic. 3 3/4, 4 stars I'm here. I thought the match absolutely ruled. I don't think it approaches their match from, I think that was 91 I was talking about earlier. I was looking at past notes. I did enjoy it. I haven't quite seen... I think these two are developing something incredibly special. And who wins? That's kind of important. So, they're just fucking falling into moves at this point at the end. And the crowd's biting on every near fall, even though they're just exhausted. So, Manami Toyota tries to do that wacky straitjacket Northern Lights suplex thingy that she tried to win the tag titles with. Or she did win it, but it looked like shit. Kyoko gets out of that, because thank God they didn't try to hit it again. It's an absolute mess of a move. And what happens is Manami Toyota does the springboard. So this makes me think like the other springboard after the Niagara driver was going to be the finish, and then they improvised to get to this point again, because she goes for the springboard, does a sunset flip, and pins Kyoko. Unified titles, baby. White and belt and purple belt are now in the hands of Manami Toyota. Good match. Can't call it great. There's a lot of shit going on here that you can laugh and make fun of. Look, I had a great time watching it, that's for sure. But I can't call it an all-time classic. Very, very unexpected that it went that way. But regardless, these are two of the top 5 workers in women's wrestling at this point in time. I would definitely have Akira Hokuto as the number 1 right now. Because Akira Hokuto's run from, let's see, she had her great tag run in the 80s. She came back, as soon as she came back from the neck injury, she was off to the races. And has gotten better seemingly every year. It's going to be tough for... Like, I've really grown a separate appreciation of Akira Hokuto. And I was just thinking about revisiting that top 50 women's wrestlers list of all time that I had made on the Patreon a few years ago. I'm much more educated on this subject now. Done a lot more research, watched a lot more matches. And I think a true try at that list is in order at some point in the future. Yeah. So this was yet another AJW Classic episode. We will continue in the next one by finishing off this Budokan show, headlined by the Akira Hokuto Aja Kong tag against Hota and Dynamite Kansai. So we got a big all-star type tag there. Looking forward to that. Hope you are too. How do you like that electric guitar there, Rickee?
It's pretty rad.
Pretty rad.
I like the old song.
I do prefer the old song as well, but this one's rocking too. Just my tastes were with Hikaru Shida's first theme. But, obviously, just obviously.
I think it's still, yeah.
She's the new champion of AEW
Women's
Division. I do want to start with some indies, though, before we go right into AEW, because you went to a show, and I watched a match I need to talk about.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We should talk about that match, which I forgot to watch, even though you went out of your way to recommend it. I just forgot, because I've been all over the place this week.
Dude, there's so much wrestling. Between the G1, my daily audio, essentially, on the Stardom 5-Star Grand Prix, doing all the other Patreon stuff. AEW is 2.5 times a week, depending on if I remember to watch Rampage or not.
Yep.
And then all the other just random stuff that I'm doing. It's pretty nuts.
Yep. Yeah, it's a lot. But the G1 is now over, so we can kind of cross that off the list. But do you want me to go first, or you want to go first?
Yeah, you can do the Lucha Libre and Laughs.
Yeah, so they do shows. They try to do it monthly. It doesn't always work out based on probably talent availability and venue availability, but the most recent show was this past Friday night, August 11th. Same venue every time. It's an old theater in Denver, called the Oriental Theater, which is now being called the O, because there are connotations to the old name. But anyway, it was one of the more fun nights I've had at this promotion. I thought the crowd was super hot the whole time. At the beginning of the night, the ring announcer asked the crowd how many people have been there before. Mm-hmm. And usually it's like half or fewer.
Okay.
And this was a very big response. It was half or more this time.
Okay, so they're doing things to get people back in the door month to month.
Absolutely. And it also felt like a stronger wrestling fan crowd as well. Which, you've heard me talk about this promotion before. There's plenty of us who are wrestling fans that go for the wrestling. There are plenty of people who go for the comedy, and there are people who go because they have nothing better to do on a Friday night, and it's not that expensive. But people were there for the wrestling this week, and the crowd was hot the whole night. I'm trying to remember. The opening match was definitely Hoodie Howlett was in the opening match, but I don't remember who his opponent was. He is, popular here in the scene. He and his tag partner Anaya have since moved to Kansas City, though, and they have a school there now in Kansas City, which is exciting for them.
Who are the two big matches on the show?
Yeah, so notable names on the card were the main event was Heidi Howitzer, who is our new unified champion. And she tagged with Warhorse was on her team versus two local talents who are very, very good. A luchador named Papa Lipto and a guy named formerly known as Filter in the Denver area. He has also since relocated. He's in Vegas now, and he goes by the name Maddox. Big dude.
Okay.
That was a really fun main event. Other notable names on the card, there was a three-way women's match. Lilith Grimm, who's local, versus Leva Bates and Shazza McKenzie, your favorite.
Oh, that match doesn't sound very good.
It was fun. It was fun.
Okay.
Leva cosplayed as Ken from the Barbie movie, and so there were a whole lot of Barbie comedy spots and stuff. And that's what this promotion is for, just goofy shit. There was some good wrestling on this card, though. Simon Gotch was here, and he took on...
I haven't heard of him in a while.
Yeah, seriously. I had never seen him in person. He took on Austin Reddick. I don't know if that's a name you know.
Sounds vaguely familiar. Definitely can't put a face to it, though.
Married to Heidi Howitzer, so you'll see them interact on Twitter sometimes. But it was basically a battle of the cool mustaches. Both of those guys have awesome mustaches, but very technically sound match. You don't get a lot of mat wrestling at Lucha Libre Laughs, but this had some. And then Lince Dorado was here.
Okay.
And he had a very fun match against Anaya, who you know is a favorite of mine.
Yes. Okay. That'd be the match to see then.
Yeah. He spilled out into the crowd. He did some crazy luchador I'm a cat spots. It was fucking great. And am I missing anything? I feel like there was one other out of town name that I'm thinking that I'm missing. Eva Shaw's a warhorse, but I said that because he was in the main event. So, yeah, I don't know if it's because the promoter seems to be getting more well-known indie names to come out here, but word is traveling. People love coming to this promotion, fans and performers. If I talk to talent after a show, I was, especially the traveling talent, I always make it a point to thank them for being here and ask them, please come back if you get a chance. And they always just tell me how much they love coming here. They love our city, but most importantly, they love working for the guy who promotes Lucha Libre Laughs. They say he's, really easy to work for. And I guess, he pays people and respects people. And that's really important in this business. So,
strange how that works, right? Yeah, that sounds just like how wrestlers would talk about the West Coast Australian promotion a lot of the times back before the pandemic. And I haven't heard of them in a while. Wonder what they're up to. Maybe I should look into it. It's not the Pacific Coast. It's like WES or something.
Okay.
I haven't thought about it in a while.
Yeah. But it makes it really easy to continue to support the promotion as well when you hear that from so many talents. Yeah, I definitely don't mind spending my money there. They did also make a few announcements for their next show, which will be October 20th. They announced that Miyu Yamashita will be coming back. One called Manders is coming back. Fuego del Sol will be making his debut.
The Miyu Yamashita booking made my ears perk up when you told me in October, because as I talked about earlier in the Joshi section with Tokyo Joshi Pro's Princess Cup, she won it. So now she's going to be in the main event of Wrestle Princess, going for the title. It's like, okay, does that tip off that she's just going to lose and then do a bunch of indie dates afterwards?
Ooh. That's interesting. This wasn't even like a secret or anything. He announced this to the whole audience that she'd be returning. So I don't know if that spoils anything kayfabe-wise for the tournament or for the... what does she have coming up?
Well, it's one of their biggest shows of the year. She's in the main event of that. And this is very similar to what Maki Ito just went through, where she was main eventing the big summer show. But she had a bunch of indie dates just before and after the show. So it tipped off that she was losing, and it really kind of ruined the dramatics of, well, okay, she's clearly not going to be around here very much. And it was
That's unfortunate.
It's tough to get in the mat. I mean, it's going to be good for you because you get to see her live. Yeah. But for TJPW, it's kind of like, okay, if you know you can't book her frequently, or at least make the build worthwhile, then... it's kind of a bummer for what you got to work out there.
When is that show?
I believe it's at the end of September.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that wouldn't give her a ton of time.
Right.
Yeah. Well, sorry, folks. I mean, who knows? But
oh yeah, you could never discount TJPW for wanting to put the title on her. So you could just be gone for a period of time.
Just leave with it. Or if she's going to be stateside, bring it to AW or Ring of Honor. So,
yeah, I mean, she currently has other indie titles.
Yeah.
So why not just throw her own promotion on there?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I got to talk about this match. that I
Yes,
watched.
I want to hear about it. I'm so excited because I haven't watched it yet.
I haven't seen an indie match seemingly in quite some time that has actually kind of got me excited again. This has been a while. We don't talk about indies very much. I may mention CMLL, how Mystico and Templario are doing some good things. But in terms of indie, this just kind of popped up on my timeline out of nowhere.
Right.
And I'm like, Defy is doing an all-women show, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
They can call it whatever they want. It was by Defy. They booked it. And it was free on this site I've never heard of.
Right.
Okay. So I'm like, all right, I'll check it out. It was released, and it's like a fucking 11-match card or something crazy.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, and Allie Catch and I want to say Rachel Erling, Nicole Matthews had a plunder match in the middle of the card. But here's the thing. The crowd was pretty into the entire show. Mm-hmm. And then when Allie Catch and Matthews were just hitting each other with shit, they got really into it. They said, this is awesome. I was like, okay, I don't really agree, but you guys like it. That's what matters. That's what I was saying to myself.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There's a lot of green talent, and I've been down this road numerous amount of times now, whether it's Mission Pro or the Maria Kanellis project, where it's a lot of women talent, under 2 years experience, less than 20 matches that you can research. Maybe you'll get a veteran on the card. I'll put that in quotes. Veteran on the card somewhere.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to see if possibly any of these talents will stick, look good. There was one who has this Mad Max / Bull Nakano looking gimmick. Oh. Very, very green as grass. She was against. This is the match that stuck out to me before the main event. She was against this really fit looking woman, and this was the first and only match I could say where these two women in particular, looked the part, played the part, and were actually in shape. Okay, and that does make a difference, because if you run the ropes at the speed of molasses, then it's not as good. The quality isn't there. This one was pretty good for a period of time, and then they went into typical American shenanigans, I'll put it, where there's random interference. This is the finish to this match, because this is where I just rolled my eyes hard. So I thought I was only going to talk about the main event, but here's the rest of this, so they announce that Medusa is the commissioner of the show.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like,
interesting.
All right. So they're going to the finish, and these two are wrestling, and this random, I don't know, femme fatale looking girl comes out, and she's wandering around the ring, and she's pulling the apron. She saunters over to another the other turnbuckle, takes that off, messes with the apron there, and she's circling and doing all that. So the ref is going corner to corner fixing all her stuff, and then he just I don't know why the apron being slightly thrown up matters. The ref turns all the way around, and she gets up on the apron, pulls some hair, and it leads directly to the finish, where the babyface who's in shape just gets pummeled, right? Medusa comes out, she goes, oh, I don't think so. That's not going to fly. Restart the match, and then it's just bang, immediate roll up, 1, 2, 3, we're done. I'm like, oh my God. I was like, it was awful, awful, awful. Then Medusa gets in the ring and punches out both heels. I'm like, all right, whatever. So the crowd loved basically everything up to this point. Then it was main event time. And Maki Ito's music hits, and this place erupts. She's singing the song, they're singing it with her. It's just, okay, that's an indie pop kind of deal. Mm-hmm. Then Vert Vixen comes out, they love her. She gets a massive reaction. And then before and when the bell rings, they're doing some fun little shtick for the crowd. And I'm like, okay, it's an indie show. They're eating all this up. They're Maki Ito will do a turn, she'll do a pose, crowd will go nuts. Then she'll be like, oh yeah, you do it. And then Vert Vixen does it, she does a pose. So they're essentially doing a goofy little pose off, and then Vert does like some push-ups, and Maki is just flabbergasted. Oh my god, she's so strong. So Maki then attempts to do one push-up, barely gets it, and then she throws up both arms and like does the Scott Steiner pose. And I'm like, this girl's arms are like as big as tiny sticks. And she like, that's my kind of comedy. I was like, that's the shit joke I make where it's like, oh yeah, look at the guns. One push-up out of bed this morning. I'm ready to roll. It's like that kind of joke. So once they were done with that, crowd was hot for it. They proceeded to have, in my opinion, a top 5 North American women's match this year. I'm not saying it's anywhere near as good as like Willow Athena or Jamie Hayter, Emi Sakura. I'm not saying it's that level. Okay. But I'm saying it's like a 3 out of 3. You got to watch this kind of match, right?
Yeah.
Even some people, I trust their opinions, and they're more like harsh on it. They still went like 2 out of 3. You know, 3 and 3/4 or higher is the consensus from people I've asked that have got to watch it. Even if you skip the beginning match shtick and you just watch the match, like the near falls were good. Maki does her signature little apron DDT she does. Vert was real strong in getting Ito up for all the moves. They built it well. I was very impressed with it. They didn't do any bullshit finish. It's just one person was better than the other in the ring. Good match. Highly recommend. To me, it's like a 4-star kind of match there for women. And this year has been, the list is short for good women's matches in North America.
Sure.
And this cracking the list really brought a smile to my face.
That's awesome.
Like, we need more of that.
I really want to see it. I meant to see it when you told me about it, and like I said, just got caught up. But I will go out of my way to watch it. For sure.
You would absolutely get a kick out of the beginning of them doing that stuff.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
I can't wait.
So AEW, got to talk about it.
Yeah,
we did Hikaru. We did Hikaru Shida at the beginning, and she's the new champion. And boy, oh boy, Rickee, isn't this funny? How in the last 2 weeks, ever since The Sign made the appearance, and just Twitter imploded after that like atrocious Britt Baker Ty Valkyrie match. Booked the women's division better. Indeed. Can't say he's doing that. He's not booking it better.
No.
But it's so funny how, and I was talking to a couple people online, I was like, it's so funny how in the 4.5 years or however long this company's existed, there's only been 2 AEW women's title matches be the main event of Dynamite. It's currently 0 on Collision, 1 on Rampage. Okay? Specifically the AEW women's title on the line, on TV. Okay?
Wow.
In the main event slot.
And not even that many women in the main event total.
Right.
At all.
Another person calculated, and it's like 6 in total.
Yeah, it's not a lot. Yeah.
Right. So, in the last 2 weeks, we've had 2 women's matches with Hikaru Shida main event. One was Anna Jay. They got like 5 minutes. And obviously the Shida Tony Storm match where they did the title change. And all I have to say is like this dude, this Tony Khan fella, he is so gotten to.
Yeah.
About all of that. It's not about trying to book it. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's super sensitive. Yeah. It's not about actually booking it better. It's just like, fine, I'll put him in the main event.
Yeah. What did you think about that title change? Did you see it coming? Did you think it was going to main event? Like, what were your thoughts going into that?
Well, it certainly should be. Like, I think if you have a title on the line, and even though I don't agree with the NJ booking for that situation, like, a title match should main event a show. That is how you make the title feel more important when you put it in more important positions. Now, then you also have to then book it to be an interesting and good match, which he's still failing to do. As for the title change in the match itself, I mean, they kind of tipped it off a little bit. with what they're going for. Shida
Yeah, go ahead.
Shida just wasn't heated up very well at all. Like, yeah, okay, she had a few matches on Rampage to get wins, but the issue with AEW in 2023 is, and it's still an issue overall, is if things happen on Rampage, it's almost like they don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, with taking the rankings and that kind of stuff away, and doing all these tropes of American wrestling where rematch clauses, I challenge you, accept you coward, or it has to be through a tournament. Like, AEW has all these wacky tropes that Shida actually being booked to win something and then getting to the chance, it was ice cold going into it. Shida was not heated up properly at all. Yes, the crowd reacted to the change because, yeah, it's a title change.
Sure.
But it was still the same sort of outcast match we've seen over and over again, where there's copious amounts of interference. When you put that combined with all the other matches in AEW with copious amounts of interference, it doesn't hit the same. Now we take a step further to All In, where more information keeps coming out about that. This was originally going to be essentially booked like a house show.
Yeah.
You know, they were going to put the Young Bucks and Hangman Page in with this Dark Order Righteous gimmick until like a couple weeks ago.
Oh, I hadn't heard that.
Yeah. That's just one example. And then, of course, like, reports are coming out, it was going to be Jamie Hayter, Tony Storm. Okay, well, Jamie Hayter's been injured since February. So what are we doing? It's August, right?
Should have figured that out sooner.
You know, the idea behind booking one of the biggest wrestling shows of all time to be a house show is horrid malpractice.
Right.
It's just not good. So sticking with the women's division, why wouldn't it be a 4-way, right? Tony Khan and AEW put it on TV on Dynamite, and I thought I had a stroke when I'm watching it, and they're going, the rich history of the AEW women's division and their multi-man matches, the 3 and 4-way.
They're 4-way matches specifically, yeah.
Oh, it was specifically the 4-way?
I think that's what I remember hearing.
Oh my god, that makes it worse.
But
because the only one, there's only 2 I could think of that even stick out in my mind, and they weren't great. There's the one at All Out last year, where it was Storm, Hayter, Baker, and Shida.
Yep.
For the vacant title because Thunder Rosa got her back fucked up, right?
Right.
And then it was just before the pandemic at Daly's place, where it was Yuka Sakazaki, Nyla Rose, Riho, and I can't even tell you the 4th person in there. I think it was Penelope Ford or something.
Huh.
And that was pretty good, but that was all I could think of.
Yeah, rich history of the 4-way for the title.
And then, of course,
how they sold it.
A tournament in this convoluted mess where...
Okay. Yes. I think that was a swerve, correction, whatever, very spur of the moment. Because they had already announced Shida versus Anna Jay. And I think they were like, shit, we need more women's matches. Okay, let's call it a tournament. And for whatever reason, the reigning champion doesn't get a bye, even though Tony Storm does. So let's call Shida versus Anna Jay the first round of this tournament.
It's so dumb.
It just felt like a last minute decision to me, didn't it?
Okay, so I know we're picking on the women's division. This is basically a women's wrestling pro podcast.
I was like, that's what we do.
Right. But it's also a great example of how this all-in build and card is so weird and everything seems to be put off to the last minute. Why?
Yeah, I mean, the problem lies in having 2 pay-per-views a week apart, right? I mean, that is problem number 1.
no, it doesn't have to be a problem. We've seen promotions over the last few years book major shows on back-to-back days. Just because if it's a week doesn't really make it a difference. Just have your ducks in a row. Go, okay, I got these two big shows. I need matches for these two big shows. Then you go backwards. And really the only major match we had in between Double or Nothing and now is the Blood and Guts match.
Yeah, actually, that's true.
How, like, as soon as Double or Nothing ended, you had your path.
You should have started building.
Right.
Yes.
You had your path.
Well, we had Forbidden Door in between, but...
But that's a New Japan thing.
Yeah.
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 It's so... Okay, I'll put it another way. Let's say you're running Wembley Stadium and everyone's like initial thought is, 30,000, right?
Okay.
That's kind of what the ballpark guess was at first, and then everything up from there was absolute gravy. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's still gonna be your biggest attended show in your promotion's history, even at that low end, like ever. Why would you not want to book your quote-unquote biggest show ever, at least in the sense of like Grand Slam? Remember when the first Grand Slam in Arthur Ashe happened? That was booked to be this huge thing. Yeah, it was this huge thing. And that's why I made the joke on the last podcast. It feels like we're just doing a house show in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Because it's absolutely being booked that one. Everything's last minute. And yeah, I'm happy that FTR, the Bucks, is the match, but why wouldn't that be the plan the whole time? Right?
Right.
Right.
Right. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they were still, worried about who would work with who. Maybe he's still hoping, maybe he, meaning Tony, maybe he's still hoping to get some sort of CM Punk. I mean, now it's going to be Punk Joe, but, maybe he was waiting to see if Punk and Kenny would work together, if the Bucks would work with them. I don't know, but
I mean, you can't just bank on talent just dropping grudges.
Exactly. I don't.
And then you got Punk. Did you see the Punk thing after Collision?
I haven't seen it. I know of it. Yes.
So he kind of just went into business for himself on that, and he claims he's pumping out an angle to try to get guys to work together, and yet it's always about Hangman Page, right? And Hangman Page, for those that don't know, Punk after the show saw a Hangman Page sign, and he just went off. He's just like, this guy doesn't sell any merchandise. I do. And just really put him down. Yep. And he basically wants, this is what we were talking about last time with splitting the audience. Mm-hmm. Purposely between like Collision people and Dynamite people, Punk people, Elite people. The tribalism thing is a risky play because, again, you're splitting your audience in half and wanting them to pick sides rather than everyone just be an AEW fan. And then you boo heels and cheer on your good guys, right? That's not what this is doing, and it's so weird to me that reports say, oh, he wants to work with the Bucks and Omega, and yet every time they turn around, he's attacking them personally and pointing out to Hangman Page, whom, time and time again, the Bucks don't say anything, Hangman Page doesn't say anything, and Omega is just minding his business.
Yeah. I don't. He's the child.
Right.
I'm tired, I'm angry, and I work with fucking children. He's the fucking child.
Right. And then he clearly wants to be a heel in all this, in these scenarios.
Right.
Working or not.
Right.
And Tony Khan, the Booker man, won't turn him. Won't make him a
halfway. Heel. Yeah.
Instead, so I'm watching Collision, and I was enjoying it more than Dynamite. I think the shows are pretty equal right now, personally, because they all suffer from the same tropes. And what's actually hurting Collision right now is this Punk Starks feud to me.
Yeah.
Lots of things feel disjointed in this company, along with a lot of these just weird, bizarre matchups that we're getting week in and week out.
Mm-hmm.
I, again, thought I had another stroke when I woke up in the middle of the night and I saw a advertisement for Jeff Jarrett versus Jeff Hardy. Yeah, you're muting your mic because you're losing it. What the fuck is this? What the fuck was this match again?
Okay, it's a Texas Chainsaw Massacre match.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And I'm like, I could not believe my eyes. I was like, this has to be fake.
I was sure it was Tom's Customs. I was so sure.
I was like, not
right?
for a second. I believed it was real. And then I'm just like, I gotta check Observer because this is super weird that how people are responding to it. And I go to the Observer on their site, and it's like Texas Chainsaw Deathmatch thing booked for Dynamite next week.
Yep.
And it's on. Now they're rebranding it Fight for the Fallen because of the fire in Maui. And I'm like, okay, hold on. This is for a good cause. And then we're doing a tie-in with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre with Jeff Hardy and Jeff Jarrett. Battle of Jeff. Who's got the best Jeff name? I don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I might boycott Dynamite next week. I can't do that.
You always say that, and you always watch it anyway.
No.
So
I don't think I will. I can't do it.
I watch Rampage every week, but I always watch it on Saturday morning.
Did you watch that Soraya Sky Blue match?
Did.
I got a question.
Okay. Was
that worse than Taya Valkyrie Britt Baker?
No.
You don't think it was worse?
No. It was not great. But I got the sense from that match that Sky Blue,
heavily
still
edited.
Too green.
It was heavily edited.
But I still felt like it was fine. I did not feel after that match the way I felt after I am Britt Baker.
Well, the Taya Baker match, it definitely like hit something with people where this is just not acceptable for quality,
right?
On a wrestling show.
I mean, I had low expectations going into Soraya versus Sky Blue anyway. So maybe that was it. My expectations were low to begin with, but I thought it was fine. Not good. It was fine.
Okay.
It was fine. It was fine.
I thought it was just as bad.
Anyway.
Less offensive.
So less offensive because you knew it was going to be bad.
Oh, yeah. Because there were rumors that that match was so irredeemably bad that editing couldn't save it. And then I'm watching it going, they didn't save it.
They didn't save it. I thought it was fine. But before we got into that match, my point was that I watch Rampage, but I watch it on Saturday mornings. And I usually do my best to avoid Rampage spoilers during the week. Occasionally I'll see one pop up on Friday night. But this week I didn't see any spoilers until, like you said, Saturday morning. I opened something and saw that Texas Chainsaw Massacre thing, and I was like, this is not real, right? Like, what? What is it? And it has something to do with the video game. I thought Jeff Jarrett's promo for the match was good, but it still doesn't need to be a thing.
I don't understand how this guy gets on TV every week, other than the fact that my conspiracy theory of this man is actually booking and getting his way.
Yeah, I don't know.
Very strange. The Hardys are like, there's so much weird nostalgia and people from the last 10 to 20 years on these shows now. There's squash matches that are just not interesting, not doing anything for anybody. Like Rob Van Dam was fine against Mr. Jack Perry. That was fine. I'm just so over ECW anything. It's 2023. Can we just move on?
Yeah, it means nothing to me, a newer fan. So,
but it's like, it wouldn't shock me if Rob Van Dam gets signed and then he's on the show as the new toy of the month, right?
Oh goodness!
Would not shock me. So that's what we're dealing with this company now. We got, let's see, House of Black CMFTR was yesterday. The women's tag was pretty okay. Christian Cage. I mean, Christian Cage is a straight up win to me, with him kicking his child out of the arena.
Yes,
like, he feels like an actual heel, and yes. I would love for him to get bigger spotlights. But let me just go over some of these things that they're putting out here. This was Collision yesterday. Okay, this is just one example.
Okay.
The Acclaimed against Iron Savages, which is Bear Country.
Which got way more time than I thought it was going to get.
Why'd they get a new name? I don't know.
So they were renamed like a year ago. But then they brought in this third guy. And I don't know what his deal is. I mean, I'm not really watching Ring of Honor regularly, so I don't know if they're getting more action there. But they've been Iron Savages for, I think, a year-ish.
Okay.
But I don't know the reason behind the name change, other than Bear Country is kind of an indie gimmick, and maybe they're trying to make it
though? I mean, it's
TV.
Bear Country. I mean, I don't
bears, but their gimmick was they were bears.
Well, they had Bear
Bronson and Bear
gear.
Boulder.
Yeah, now they're just
Bear Bronson and Bear Boulder.
This doesn't seem like any sort of upgrade or getting rid of anything. Yeah. Anyways, the point is, Samoa Joe, Andrew Everett was 1.5 minutes. Luchasaurus, Brock Anderson was 5 minutes. Why? I don't know. And then we have this 27-minute main event.
It's 27 minutes?
Yes.
Dear Lord.
Yeah. It's we're getting, anytime FTR has a match, it's always 15 plus minimum, and Punk gets 20.
Yeah.
The Collision is about those two guys, and everyone else gets 5. And then you have to throw in a squash match in there too, for God knows what reason. Then on Dynamite, it's kind of the same thing, but we have a lot of just gimmicky, hardcore stuff. Anything goes three-way matches, FTW rules thing. The list goes on. It's not connecting with me. It's not the promotion. It doesn't feel like the same promotion. It doesn't feel like the same person's booking that has been the last number of years. That's kind of what I'm driving at here.
I agree that this week's Collision was probably the weakest Collision episode to date. However, Dynamite, I think, so episode 200, which was when Shida won the title in the main event, I think did feel more like the AEW of old, and not just because they brought back the original set. That episode felt more like the old days. And I thought this week's Dynamite was also very good, but it's not what it once was.
No. What do you think of this whole Jericho angle now? With the society kind of leaving him / temporarily / Don Callis goes, if I had any part of that, I apologize. I was like, okay, I kind of laughed at that.
I mean, the rumor is Jericho's getting Ospreay at All In.
Is he?
That's the rumor. Which to me is the most Jericho thing Jericho could do.
I mean, I'd love that. I'd love to see that.
British wrestler, but it's just so Jericho. Okay, I'm going to England. Who is the most famous British wrestler that I could have a match with that would get the most attention? Will Ospreay? Great. Book it. It's just
but we don't know that yet.
Jericho.
And now it's kind of at the point where I mean, honestly, I think Jericho Takeshita would be good, and then Takeshita just pummels this man.
Isn't the rumor that Takeshita's in a three-way match
that's the
against
point. There's
the
a lot of
Elite?
rumors. I can't point to really anything that they're doing for this All-In show.
Well, we'll find out this coming Wednesday. Naomi would do it All In or whatever he's planning for All In. So we'll see. At least they've told us that much that we're going to find out.
Well, I mean, they did say we'll start announcing matches for All In, and then we got Cole MJF and more kind of goofy segments.
We haven't even talked about Cole MJF's
so that's
match
kind of the last
FTR.
thing. Yeah, that's the last thing I want to discuss for AEW is this Adam Cole MJF thing. Like, I praised the booking up to the tag match. The tag match was fine. They didn't do the turn, and now they're still friends, and we're going to have the match, and then we had this dodgeball thing, which was, kids sticking out their tongues and everything. I don't know. You can't just show the kids getting hit with a dodgeball, and then they're, like, crying.
That's basically what they showed. What are you talking about?
No,
that's exactly what they showed.
No, they didn't show them crying. They didn't show anything like that.
They showed them getting hit in the face with balls.
They showed terrible. They showed terrible cuts. Like,
because you're not going to actually hurl
why
100
not
miles an hour at a kid's face.
Why not?
JD, for fuck's sake, have some humanity.
No, I have no humanity. I need to see these kids get pummeled.
All right, I think that's what we saw. I thought it was fine. It wasn't their best vignette of the bunch.
Okay, all right.
But I thought it was fine.
Okay.
I've been enjoying them. I think they're really funny.
Is that helping build the singles match, though? Are doing things like that helping it?
Okay, so no, but what we know for All In is that they lost the AEW tag titles. Now they're going to challenge for the Ring of Honor tag titles on the pre-show. So they're wrestling twice. Is there going to be some shenanigans on that pre-show that either they don't do the match or there's a turn there or they lose again and then they lose faith in each other and then they turn? I think that is leading. I think the booking of that tag match on the night that's what's building to the singles match.
I think it's really risky.
I agree. And having them, like, if the plan is to actually have them wrestle in the main event, what happens if they get injured in that first match?
Yeah, there's also that. But I'm not against being booked twice on a show if there's a purpose to it. Like, let's say a wrestler has a world title and a tag title simultaneously.
Yeah.
Book them both on the same show, and then part of it is, if you get injured in the main event, we have a backup plan.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've seen promotions do that.
Yeah. We've seen single night tournaments and stuff.
Yeah. Where it gets risky to me is, my understanding is people want the turn, and that's really what they're looking for. So if you do the turn in or after the tag match before the main event, are people still even interested in the main event at that point? You already got the turn.
Ooh, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
Because you're just doing it right then instead of on TV to then build it up from there. You've purposely ran out of time.
Yeah, that is a good point.
I'm not sure. Can they just simply get into a shoving match and then I mean, I think the match is going to be good. I'm pretty confident in the MJF hit rate is really high. If anything, I'm worried about Adam Cole and his performance.
Oh, he had that stinker with Jericho.
Oh, it was terrible.
But he did have a great match with the time limit draw for the title against MJF previously. So I'm not really worried about their chemistry or the match. My biggest concern and why I think there might be some sort of swerve, even though it is the world title, it doesn't seem like the biggest match that they could book for Wembley. I feel like there was some talk that if Danielson hadn't gotten injured, they were going to put him against, I forget, Osprey or somebody. I don't remember. Somebody British and important. That would have felt bigger, even though there was no title. Kenny Punk would have felt bigger. Bucks FTR might feel bigger to me than MJF Adam Cole. I don't know. So that's my thought on that match at main eventing.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a problem for the biggest show in wrestling history.
Yeah. But as you just said, if there's a title, it should be the main event. So why doesn't it feel bigger?
That's a problem with the booking and the build. It's been too much about these vignettes and not about the title and wrestling for it. Yeah. Okay.
Does that wrap up everything we needed to hit for AEW? Oh, yeah. One more thing that I just want to hit on, talking about before we move on. Whatever Mogul Embassy is doing right now, it's working. I think bringing in AR Fox worked.
Yes. That's my favorite thing in AEW right now.
Thank you. Me too. Thank you. That's why I was like, we need to talk about this before.
Right. Can't believe we almost forgot that.
I know. Sorry.
This is I don't know why it's doing a coffin match. I don't get that.
Yeah, I don't either, and I don't know how a tag coffin match works. Other than I guess you just have to put one of them in a coffin, both of them. I don't know. We'll find out. But anyway.
I don't know why it has to be that at all. And if you want it really feels like it should be Darby and Nick Wayne with Sting in support against Swerve and whomever.
Maybe it was too late to get him a work visa or something. Maybe there was some weird.
No,
I don't know.
Think so.
I don't know. I'm speculating. I don't know. Anyway, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. So I love the story between AR Fox and Darby Allin. I loved Swerve and Fox going to the Wayne training house garage, and they're just they leave him bloody in line. That to me is great.
Yeah.
He's making him unlock his phone to give Darby a call, and they're this is what the building block should be.
Yeah,
for all your matches.
I think Swerve is one of the best things in AEW right now. That man needs a title soon. He just gets it. He gets all of it. He knows how to tell a story. He's solid in the ring. He's got the look. He just has it. And I want him to get it all. I just think he's just doing great work right now and has a tremendous future. I love this story, and I can't wait to see where it goes. Now, okay. That all said, now I'm just reflecting back on the booking and how we're not telling stories and whatever. So AEW does not have writers. Tony books the shows.
Producer, writer, you can call him whatever you want. He's got a ton of people in the back doing these things.
Sure. But, okay, so I guess I don't entirely know what a producer's job is when it comes to a wrestling match, other than, I guess I don't really know what the job entails. I'm just saying, I don't want AEW to have a writing room the way WWE does. I'm just saying, would it benefit them to have some sort of, I don't know, one person other than Tony in charge of all of the creative? I don't know.
There's certainly an aspect of AEW booking in 2023 that lacks a continuity to everything. Yeah. And we're not booking backwards. We're booking. It feels too week to week, month to month, rather than the Swerve Derby thing is working because we know, like, we had the Nick Wayne match. We know who Darby is. We know Swerve's motivations. We know all these things. You don't need a writer to do that. You just need to know what your endpoint is and then go backwards and get everything. This is the example of why it's working. And then when you compare this to all of the other matches, go back to the women's match, the 4-way, we're not doing anything in the 4-way. It's not, and you can say, yeah, okay, the story is we have a history of 4-ways. All right, fine. Okay, and there's a little tournament. Okay, fine. That's a story. It's not that, but that's not the issue. The issue is how are we getting to these points, and why are they generally just not interesting? Why are they executed so poorly? Even though we have all of these hours of TV time, why is everything put off to the last minute?
And why are these things executed so poorly when clearly we are capable of doing great storytelling when we want to?
Right.
That's my bigger issue. And that's why I'm saying, like, something's missing. There's a disconnect. Why can we talk so highly about things like Swerve and AR Fox and the MJF Cole and say that they're doing great things, but also be like, women's booking sucks? Like, it's not just that. It's where's Wardlow? It's where did Keith Lee go?
It's not even
a whole bunch
about
of...
Well, it's not about like who's being used and who isn't. It's like, who are we using and are we using them effectively? And it's, I mean, now you got me thinking, okay, why are we having Brock Anderson out there instead of, someone we actually see some worth in?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's quickly talk some G1.
Okay.
Playing the drop. Geez, basically like 53 minutes on AEW.
That's the longest we've talked about AEW in a long time.
Yeah. Well, it'd probably be like 45. I imagine we talked about I'll have to go back and see the actual timestamp on how long we talked about the indies there, but maybe I'll just put indies and AEW and just call it good. Yeah. So, New Japan finished out their G1. Last we left off, we were waiting on the block results through everything. And I remember, this is ridiculous, but I remember when we first ran over the blocks and we saw Kaito Kiyomiya, like right there, and then Okada right there. And we're like, okay, the interesting story and path to tell there would be they meet each other in the quarterfinals or whatever it's called.
Quarterfinals. Yep.
And Okada could beat him or whatever, And I was thinking, okay, also in that block is Sonata and then a bunch of the new generation people, your three Musketeers.
Yep.
Then in your congruent blocks, it was kind of more on the obvious side, I would say. Okada Ospreay, Evil, Shingo, and Finley were kind of your three main characters there. Then you had the kind of old guy block of Goto, Tanahashi, Naito. You get the idea. Okay?
Right. Yep.
And clearly, New Japan did not see value in the A block and pushing these guys at all. Sonata goes undefeated.
That makes some sense.
Kaito wins 2 fucking matches, which, I'm always up for a good Noah burial, but just from a booking and storytelling perspective, I was left pretty baffled by it.
Yeah.
And then if I wanted to take that a step further, why are we using... I keep making the jokes, Hikuleo in the main event. Well, this is why a lot of these shows aren't drawing well. He's not that good. He's in his 30s. Like, what are we doing with this guy? When we have Yota Tsuji, Shota Umino, Ren Narita, Kaito, we have Gabriel Kidd even. we have this talent here lined up, and the labeling these guys and booking these guys the way they did left me pretty perplexed, because my favorite block of the whole tournament was the A block.
Yes.
I watched just about every match. I how do I put it? Well, okay. So my lasting thought from the last episode that we covered was this G1, especially from the young guys, weren't hitting at a high level.
Mm-hmm.
And on the surface, it's like, okay, that's all right. This isn't the same New Japan, but the clear quality difference between the last generation and this one is very very wide.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's where my interest waned as the tournament went on. Like, okay, we got an Ospreay match, that rules. Okay, it's going to be the best.
I mean, every Ospreay,
every single one.
Yep.
Goto's doing a rib injury angle. Naito's struggling to walk. Tanahashi struggling to walk. Ishii struggles to walk out there, but then he puts on a good match. Shingo puts on a good match, but the people that were in their block was very much filled with the shenanigans and annoyances and tropes that are very tiresome.
Mm-hmm.
At least to me. So when we got to the point where all these block decision matches were made, I mean, Ospreay ELP was my match of the tournament, at least in block play. I'll put it that way. Like, that rocked.
Yep. It ruled.
Then we're left with Evil, Finlay, Hikuleo, and I'm like, man, none of this does it for me. It's very uninspired.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't feel like the G1. And I'm not saying that from like the high-end quality match perspective. It just didn't feel like truly the best people won.
I mean, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, the people that a lot of folks were talking about coming out of this tournament, out of this G1, I heard a lot of talk about Gabe Kidd, a lot of talk about actually Hikuleo. People were talking about Hikuleo, and Korakuens, right? Like, that's any LP. Where were they in the quarterfinals? I mean, Ospreay obviously was always going to move on.
Well, okay. So now that we've gotten to the point where Naito has won, and I really thought last year he was going to win and do exactly what he's doing this year. I'm like, okay, all right. I got no issue with Naito winning. I want to make that clear.
Okay.
If we're going to do this Ospreay UK rebranding, and Yota Tsuji's going after it, was it truly necessary for Ospreay to go as far as he did and not give ELP the next step of his career?
Yeah, that's a great question.
My gathering, and I was thinking about this, is, and this has been the story of New Japan throughout this year and most of last year, is they need to push new young guys. The roster's getting older, they're more broken, they can't rely on them like they used to. It's getting rough out there.
Yeah.
And I thought the G1 this year was set up to get those next guys into the next steps. I'm not saying they had to win, but they had to show us they can.
And that's what tournaments are for, right? Like,
they all failed. Every single one of them failed, and there was no progression in it.
Yep. That's a good point.
Now, from the quality perspective, Ospreay Naito does it again for the second straight year.
Oh my goodness.
Just an incredible match from top to bottom. And then yet again, for the second straight year, the finals delivers an incredible clip and one-ups it.
Holy moly. I know. I was watching these matches and I'm like, where was this Naito at Forbidden Door? Yeah, man, that semifinal and that final match were just phenomenal. The near falls, like, the near falls.
And I actually got to admit something. I like that Okada Evil match.
Oh yeah,
I really did. Rainmaker into the low blow, missing the Rainmaker kind of deal. Like, if Evil, like, I don't want to see a regular old Evil match ever. I think it's boring as shit, right? So right. I get utilizing shenanigans the way they did. I thought the Evil Shingo match had a lot of like wacky drama to it with all the like the 1,000 run-ins. Reminded me something straight out of Oz Academy when I get a sick pleasure out of things like that. Forgive me with the reference, but hear me out. It's where the Evil matches falter for me is when it's kind of like what Jay White faltered in a lot of the times, where it's just this blatant ref hit, push, shove, taken out of the ring, and the ref just gets right back in eventually. And like, why? Like, we need to DQ this at some point, or there's always a line that's crossed in those matches where I end up rolling my eyes super hard. It's the same thing with like the Ospreay Omega match when Don Callis is kicked out and then he can just saunter back out. Right?
Yeah.
It's shit like that where you've now defied my ability to take this I'm probably not phrasing this right at this point, but you're taking my ability to make this logical or see how logical this is, and you're just telling me how illogical everything is going down.
Yeah, if you establish something, stick to it, right? Like,
right.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Sonata Evil at some point for defense. Naito Jeff Cobb, I think, was announced for a briefcase briefcase defense.
Okay.
And I'm like, I don't know. I'm watching Sonata, and I'm glad they made the move with him when they did. I have no regrets about that. Like, but is he the guy for Wrestle Kingdom, or would I even prefer? Would I prefer Evil at this point versus Naito?
Wait, what?
I'm serious. I'm serious because
what?
Yeah. Like, is Evil the guy?
Explain.
Is Evil the guy to at least make the match interesting? Because I'm not getting that with Sonata. I'm very tired of the no reaction, the bland wrestling, and I think they're kind of one and the same, except Evil has the shenanigans that can distract from it.
Sonata's so handsome.
Wait, you don't think Evil's handsome?
Listeners, I wish you could see the look that I'm giving JD right now.
I got a cat butting in on the podcast.
I said.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't super confident in Sonata as world champion when he won it. You know that. But I don't think Evil is the answer either.
I mean, that's what they've kind of set up in front of us, unfortunately. And that's kind of my ultimate... I guess that's my ultimate point, is New Japan's booking currently, and stories they're telling within, like, LIJ and all these... Is there a disconnect between what the fans want out of this New Japan, or is New Japan just too much relying on tired old tropes of the past?
I don't know.
Yeah. I think there's a disconnect happening here.
I hear what you're saying. I do. I don't know.
So, go out of your way to watch Ospreay Naito, Okada Naito, Naito back to back. All right. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what?
We gotta talk about WCW.
Okay.
Here we go.
Let's get into it, I guess.
WCW Souled Out 2000. Oh, where was the show from? Cincinnati, Ohio. 14,000 people in a buy rate abysmally of 0.26. The pay-per-views are plummeting. This has a 3.52 rating on Cage Match, with every match that can be rated basically below a 3.
Yeah.
Whew. All right, Rickee.
Okay, let's go. I'm ready. Okay. What? Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay, so the show starts, right? Everyone is injured, and the card is not at all what we had predicted on the last episode.
So it's not just everyone is injured, because the first 10 minutes of this pay-per-view is Tony Schiavone and team trying to explain to us, well, Jeff Jarrett got a concussion from Jimmy Snuka jumping off the cage.
Huh.
Bret Hart is officially unable to do anything now, even though we just saw him have a match on Nitro, but his brain is scrambled. He's out. Title is vacant. Again. Okay?
Yep.
Then we also have no-shows, such as Scott Hall and company. There's a host of names there. And then we also have people threatening to quit this company. Because within the last week, Russo is slowly getting the book taken away from him because, well, the TV's been even worse, right?
I thought he was done already.
So people have between him and Bischoff, they claim different things, but the point for this is the guy in charge, Bill Bush, he's been removed from power because he can't keep anything under control. And now we're at the point where we're getting a guy named Kevin Sullivan back in charge, at least through some sort of booker that's going to take over shortly. The problem with Kevin Sullivan is Benoit hates him, Guerrero hates him, Perry Saturn hates him, Shane Douglas hates him, Billy Kidman hates him, Conan hates him, Raymond, you get the idea. So many people hate this man, okay? And many of them are threatening to just straight up just quit the company, okay? Follow me?
I'm with you.
Okay. Well, after this pay-per-view, who was it? I'm trying to get the name here. Because this is what I wanted to make sure I knew before we recorded. Mike Graham.
Gotcha.
He's a guy with
who's that?
So he's staff essentially. Okay.
Okay.
And due to a combination of Kevin Sullivan and Bill Bush and all these people wanting to quit, Mike Graham decides to threaten to actually kill and injure all of these guys. He threatened their lives. So now, terrified by lawsuits.
This is a shoot.
Yes.
Okay.
So terrified by lawsuits, Bill Bush grants every one of these guys their releases if they want it.
Oh my God.
As long as they don't, like, sue the company. Okay?
Oh my God.
Most of these guys' contracts were kind of coming up anyways, but now they're out even sooner.
Okay.
So, Benoit, Malenko, Saturn, and Eddie Guerrero all take them up on that offer, and they're out at the end of the night.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Did not know that going in. All right.
So, do you remember the story about the Radicals and showing up on Monday Night Raw in the crowd in the Attitude Era? That's what this stems from. Okay.
Okay.
So, Benoit offers to drop the title before he gets released from his contract. Okay? Spoiler, he wins the title at the end of the night. Okay?
He sure does.
And WCW went, no, we're just going to strip you. So, the title was vacant on the night, and it's vacant at the end of the night.
Okay. No. Okay, but storyline-wise, now I understand why they went in the direction that we'll get to. Okay. I hate that a little less now, knowing that.
Well, with all of these combinations of things and them trying to do this, in the defense of, like, Tony Schiavone and what they're able to do, I think the way they the card's shit to begin with, but the way they tried to explain everything and then go with everything and actually try to push somebody, that's, like, not the worst idea in the world. It's just everything else that surrounds it is an atrocity.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have our predictions from last time?
I do. So
let's compare it to what actually happened.
All right.
Before we get into it.
So Sid versus Bret Hart for the WCW title. That did not happen.
Which didn't happen because Bret was injured.
Right. So that's an X.
Okay.
He's replaced by Chris Benoit. DDP versus Buff Bagwell. That does happen. Okay. Jeff Jarrett versus Benoit for the U.S. title. That does not happen. Jeff Jarrett's injured.
Right.
Okay. Instead, the U.S. title is not on the line at all.
Right.
So they'll strip everybody but Jeff Jarrett. Throw that out there.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And that was supposed to be the, like, 3 stages of hell match or whatever.
Right. Which they just randomly gave to another guy.
So instead of actually doing the what was it called? It was called like 3-way mayhem or something. Whatever.
I forget what they called it. Yeah.
So instead of that, the triple threat theater. That's what it was called.
Yes, that sounds right.
And it was supposed to be like a singles match, a bunkhouse brawl, and a cage match. Which is why on Nitro the previous week they had one of each with all the old WWF dudes who can't, like, walk anymore. So their idea to still, quote unquote, deliver on their advertised match is they're going to throw Billy Kidman in all 3 matches, and they're going to be totally separate from each other, and he's going to face 3 different opponents from the Revolution. Oklahoma versus Medusa, Cruiserweight title. That does happen.
Got that one.
Unfortunately. Yep. Tank Abbott, Jerry Flynn. That does happen. Unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, we got that one. Okay.
Booker T, Stevie Ray. That does happen.
Okay.
Unfortunately. And then we just went Scott Steiner, Disco Inferno. While Disco Inferno didn't have a match, he was on the card.
Yeah.
So it was a random...
Not against Scott Steiner.
It was close. It was close.
There was no Scott Steiner.
Well, there was no Scott Steiner at all.
Was he one that was granted his release?
No.
Did you say?
No. Not Scott Steiner. And then we have Nash versus... we said Funk Surprise. We didn't think he would actually wrestle.
Right. Yeah.
And he actually wrestled for the commissionership of WCW, which was your semi-main event on the night. We'll get to that match, so I guess we'll count that. What we're missing is the 3 individual Billy Kidman matches, which was changed, and then a Vampiro versus Crowbar and David Flair handicap match, which they shot at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, I think I mentioned them showing up on this show, and you were like, no, not putting it down or something. I don't remember now.
Right. And then we have a hardcore four-way match involving Norman Smiley.
Oh, and then, I guess we kind of touched on the fact that Disco Inferno was featured, but didn't have a match. And the Mamalukes.
So overall,
they were like,
anyway,
we were pretty close. Yeah.
This is one of the better ones I've ever predicted at WCW.
Yeah. We got most of the way there.
Because usually it's half the card is like made up.
Right. But had there not been all of those injuries and all that drama, I think we would have been pretty close.
I think we would have. I think we still would have gotten the hardcore match we wouldn't have known about, and
no.
I think that and I think that might have been it. So okay.
So let's get in.
Yeah.
Let's dig in. Okay. So it starts with the first match of this three levels of hell, whatever thing. Okay.
3 levels of hell is a great description.
Who is Kidman, and why did he get this spot instead of Jeff Jarrett? They didn't even explain how or why he was thrown into this, or did they?
I guess they might have attempted. I don't quite remember, but
okay.
This is called a dungeon match,
which was nothing. It was just a match. Oh, this was okay. I have thoughts on this one actually. Okay. The rules of this match were if your feet touch the floor, you're out. You can't leave the ring. It's basically a cage match without cage. I don't know how else to put it. Anyway, if your feet hit the floor, if you leave the ring, you're out. The match is over.
Lose.
So going into this, I actually was very excited to see Dean Malenko wrestle a match. He's a very good wrestler. But this match ends after about 2 minutes when Dean Malenko rolls out of the ring to compose himself, forgetting the rules of this fucking match, and the match ends.
Yes, and he straight up looks at the camera and he goes, shit, I forgot.
Yep.
Because the show's a mess, it's booked so much on the fly, and they make these fucking cockamamie rules that are stupid.
Yep.
And you end up with shit like this. Originally, they were going to take the ropes down to like help remind the wrestlers to not do that, but it takes a long time to put them up and down.
Right.
So they just decided against that. Yeah. Oops. Vampiro defeats Crowbar and David Flair in a 3-way with Daphne just constantly screaming on the outside. She is making my ears bleed, Rickee.
Okay, she's fun. This match was longer than 5 minutes.
It was.
And then it had its moments. Okay.
Was that the longest match on the show? It was 10:28.
It might be. Buff Bagwell was longer, but
yeah, and so was the main event.
Okay. But okay. So I thought this was they called it a triple threat match. But it was really kind of a handicap match.
Yes.
It was Flair and Crowbar against Vampiro, basically. And I thought it actually had its moments. It wasn't fantastic, but it was not the worst thing on the card. But then the ending comes where Flair and Crowbar double team Vampiro, so they're going to. One of them is going to win, but the point isn't one of them winning. It's not. There's nothing on the line. Like if it was a title match and they were a tag team, like it would make storyline reason like every man for himself, right? Like okay, but that's not the story that they were telling. What they were telling is we don't care who wins as long as Vampiro loses. Except they do this spot where Flair and Crowbar double team Vampiro and they're about to get the win. And one of them cost the other the match. There are no stakes. All you wanted to do was beat Vampiro. You could have done it right there.
Yeah.
And then something happens, shenanigans, Vampiro wins. Lol.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's exactly my reaction. Okay. Let's see. The Harris brothers against the Mamalukes with Disco Inferno on the outside.
Okay. Yeah.
This was nothing.
I didn't know. It was nothing. I didn't know who the Harris brothers were before this. If I've seen them before, they didn't leave an impression. And all I was really wondering was how they were able to use this ripoff of the Godfather theme without a lawsuit.
I think it was just a generic, like royalty-free music by WCW.
Oh, it was obviously generic, but it starts with and then it moves on from there. But it starts with the opening of the Godfather theme. Like it is so blatantly a ripoff. But I guess we've seen that done in other wrestling music. I just thought it was really funny. Also, at this point, I noted that Bobby Heenan is fucking shit-faced on commentary.
I love it. I was joining him when I was watching. Let me tell you, I watched this show absolutely fucked out of my mind on Rum, and I'm looking at Bobby Heenan going, "I'm with you, buddy."
So also that match went way too long.
Yeah,
way too long.
Okay. Medusa against Oklahoma.
Yeah. Okay.
What a shit show.
What was the point of this? Okay, so Medusa loses to the misogynist.
Yes.
I don't understand.
I have the answer for you.
Don't understand. Misogyny is okay? Is that what they're telling us in 2000?
Well, Russo thinks so, and that's how he books it.
Oh.
He books women.
Oh my god, I didn't even tell you. Oh my god, I didn't even tell you. I don't know if you saw, I texted you in the middle of Lucha Libre and Laughs the other night because I thought Vince Russo was in the theater. Oh my god,
I forgot you had texted me. Yeah, that was like in the middle of the night for me too.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, but I got a very quick look at this guy who walked past me at this event. He was just a beardy Italian guy. Like I did not get a good look. He walked by me quickly. But it was plausible that it could have been Vince Russo because Vince Russo has a hand in one of the wrestling schools out here. So I was like, holy fuck, Vince Russo is here. Do I have to stop coming to this show?
Yeah, you're almost afraid. You're almost afraid someone's going to let him book something. You go, oh no. How far away do I have to run?
Yeah, I got a better look later. It was not him, but holy shit. Oh my god. That was a problem for a moment.
It's almost like you're getting PTSD from watching all these things.
It really, that's what it was.
A bearded Italian man. Oh shit, is that Russo? I gotta get out of here.
I wouldn't have been that upset if we hadn't been watching so much WCW. Okay.
Yeah, so what happens in this shit show is...
tell me why. Yeah,
yeah.
Go ahead.
So it's totally okay to make fun of people with diseases. That's what that tells me. It's okay to hit women.
Who has a disease?
Jim Ross has Bell's palsy.
Got it. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I was thinking about Medusa, so sorry.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay to hit women, beat them up.
Yep.
It's okay to cheat on women. That's totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? You get the idea. The point is, I came on here on the last episode and went, okay, I can tell you how this could work. And they proceed to always do the exact opposite to make it as bad as possible. And sure as shit, they did it again. He did it twice. Twice. Where Medusa's missing her wrestling moves. Oklahoma's no-selling. Then you have Spice and I think Asia came out again. So it's that they're out again, just like last time.
Yep.
They're trying to beat him up. And then, inexplicably, Oklahoma gets back in the ring, and then he just rolls her up again, and he wins the title. Incredible.
Okay, he rolls her up by grabbing onto this, like, what's the word? It's almost like a loincloth thing. It's like covering her. She's wearing like a bikini bottom. This weird loincloth thing that she was.
God forbid you have Medusa wear actual like wrestling.
This weird loincloth. Weird thing she was wearing though, all I could think of. So it was kind of like, it was very stiff and it was fuzzy on the outside. And all I could think of was it looked like those things that you have to try to knock down at the carnival with the balls that you throw. You know, those like fuzzy things?
Yeah.
See, as soon as I said it, you knew what I meant. That's all I could think of. Okay. Then we have this 4-way hardcore match.
This is nothing.
Pointless.
Bunch of guys hit each other with shit. Brian Knobbs wins.
Yep, we did get some good commentary, though. We got Bobby Heenan going, "Isn't this a great fight?" And Shivani goes, "It's a fight!" And Heenan goes, "Best hardcore match I've ever seen." And Shivani's just like, "And next we have blah, blah, blah." Like, Shivani is just trying his fucking damnedest to keep Bobby Heenan in line and not admit that anything on the show was actually good.
So Tony Schiavone during the pandemic he has a podcast, What Happened When?
Yes.
And he actually like live watched / reviewed Souled Out 2000, and
oh my God,
was just fucking losing his mind, like recounting all this.
Yeah. Oh my God, I can't wait to listen to that now. That's a podcast episode?
Yes.
Oh yes, I'm totally gonna listen to that. Also, not only was that hardcore match pointless, until the end of it, I thought it was a tag team match. So,
oh well, there you go then. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh, that's not it. This is. There we go. I got to do this in real time. Doing it live.
What are you doing?
I'm sending you the link.
What are you doing? Oh, to the podcast? I can just look it up later.
No, come on. I gotta do it.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll forget. Okay. Copy link. I go to X. I don't know if I'll ever get used to calling it that, because it's been fucking Twitter for over a decade.
Yeah, I'm still calling it Twitter. Thank you. I got it.
Okay.
All
right. Billy Kidman against Perry Saturn in a bunkhouse brawl. How'd this match end? Oh yeah, it was a shitty like roll up. That's what it was.
Was it?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, they try to do like they try to get like a table involved. It won't break. Saturn's doing a bunch of suplexes. They go for a power bomb, and then it's just a flash pin, and we're out of there. It was just so nothing.
It was okay. So this was a bunkhouse brawl match.
This is the fourth bunkhouse brawl match we've seen in a month.
Okay, but this also was pretty long.
It's like
10 minutes. Yeah. So for the first 5 minutes, at least, there were no weapons, foreign objects, anything. There was no reason to call it a bunkhouse brawl match. The table spot was terrifying, though. Holy crap. Okay, so they had set this table outside the ring. Perry Saturn throws Kidman backwards behind, like no look, throws him over his head out of the ring onto the table below. Could have totally overshot it, undershot it. I mean, it was a totally blind, unsafe
it was insane. Yeah.
Spot.
Kidman takes many of those bumps.
And I think he hit his head on the apron on the way down. It was not fun to watch. There were so many spots in this show, and I'm like, didn't they just tell us 3 guys have concussions? And that was the first one. That I panicked. There are several more to come. That was terrible.
So Booker T versus Stevie Ray. Midnight was there. I think this is the last we see of Midnight, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Before the match, there's actually a seemingly good video package of Stevie Ray like visiting his old neighborhood or whatever and saying how like Booker T forgot where he came from.
Oh my God.
I think that's what the video package is about. However,
it's so
I couldn't hear
disjointed.
it.
You don't know what it is, and the audio's terrible.
I couldn't hear it because they hadn't turned down the live audience audio.
I don't get what the point of that was.
It might have been okay. It was hyping the match. You forgot where you came from, kind of thing. I don't know.
All right.
I thought, like I said, it could have been okay. Not sure. Again, the match had moments, but it was short and had a fucking stupid finish.
Okay, so when I saw Ahmed Johnson come out, I almost didn't recognize him because he's carrying it looks like he gained 50 pounds because he used to be in WWF.
He was, so okay,
and he was notorious for getting injured on freak accidents all the time. But the point is, the match is boring. It's a lot of Stevie Ray headlocks, all for this DQ finish. Ahmed Johnson's here, I guess. I don't know what they're gonna call him. I forget.
Okay. Well,
Tank Abbott versus Jerry Flynn. Tank Abbott knocks him out in a minute.
Okay.
That's it. After all that.
However,
okay. So, according to Vince Russo, his idea after Bret Hart couldn't have the title anymore, he had to vacate. The original idea was not Chris Benoit, but Tank Abbott.
Okay.
To be the champion and knock out Sid Vicious.
Oh, so maybe they did this, and then next week Tank Abbott will be a contender for the title. I don't know. My Tank Abbott knowledge is not up to date, believe it or not. But when I heard that the original idea was going to be Tank Abbott, I just don't understand it all. Especially with us watching the TV. He's a very scary man.
I guess.
I don't know.
You can't
That's all I got.
Talk or shit, but anyways.
But before we move on from this, I have to say, because I don't know if you watched Ronda Rousey versus Shayna Baszler at SummerSlam or heard anything about it.
Horrible.
Yeah, worked MMA, right?
Horrible.
And I was
working matches do not work.
Well, that's what I thought. And then I watched this, which was basically a worked MMA match. And I didn't, if that's what it was, I thought it kind of worked.
Yeah, I mean, give it a pass. It's still, if you call it a knockout, and then we're just in and out, that's fine. It still comes across as wrestling, Yeah. But if you're doing the fucking holds, and you're just kind of laying there, that's not fun to watch. Ever.
I think if you're going to do a worked MMA match, this is actually how you should do it. And that's the only thing I'll probably ever say.
It would have been better if Rousey
should model.
It would have been better if Rousey and Shayna went out there, and in 2 minutes, they punch each other in the ribs a couple times, and then Shayna just catches her in armbar and pins her, or submits her. Yeah. Anyways.
Would have been more like this.
Diamond Dallas Page and Buff Bagwell. I can't believe I'm saying this. Buff Bagwell had the best match on the show.
Okay. That's probably true. I didn't really have a whole lot to say about the match, though. I thought it was fine. I didn't really have anything to say about this match until they spilled out. They're wandering around the arena, and they get to table on the other end of the arena with the WCW.com.
Yes, I wrote that down. Yeah, WCW.com here. Got big CRTs, keyboards are going everywhere.
Oh my God, it was great. They had the internet on stage. But again,
I loved how commentary. I think it was Bobby Heenan. He's drunk and he goes, "They're gonna break the internet table."
I did not catch that, but that's fucking brilliant.
I could be mistaken, but I think Shivani, after I think it was DDP hit Buff Bagwell with the keyboard,
Yeah.
And he walloped him with it. I'm almost sure. Maybe it's my own like headcanon at this point, but I think he goes, DDP is a keyboard warrior with that thing.
Oh no, I think you made that up, but maybe
it has to be in my head. I can't imagine he said that, but if he did, that'd be funny.
So then Kimberly comes down. We don't know whose side she's on, and Buff wins, which was totally the wrong booking decision.
Yeah, the man defending his wife and trying to beat up the guy who cheated on her. Yeah, let's
Yeah,
you don't want
horrible.
Anyways.
Then they go to the commentary table and they stay on the commentary table for a while, and you have Tony Heenan and who's the other guy? Mike something, right? Anyway, all I could think about, Tony is just giving Heenan the side eyes the whole time. Like, just, oh my God, it's so bad trying to keep him in line. That's fucking great. Okay. And we have...
And it's important to note that DDP attacked him in the post-match, and Kimberly is like, ugh, what are you doing?
Oh, yeah. It did kind of seem like Kimberly was on Bagwell's side. It's kind of how they left it.
Yeah. Okay, this
she,
made no...
grudgingly left with her husband.
This cage match for Billy Kidman made no fucking sense, and this was terrible.
Okay, it made no sense, but... Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So they announced that it's the new member of the Revolution, but I missed that part. I had to look it up. They did it,
I didn't catch that either.
Then I rewatched it. They did, barely say it, but you couldn't hear it in the crowd, on the audio very well.
Okay.
So they just randomly say, we have a new member. It's The Wall, and he comes out to have a cage match with Billy Kidman. The crowd did not give a shit about this, and nor should they.
Yeah. Yeah. So...
And then Kidman just loses.
Yeah. Okay, first of all, there's no reason to have a cage match unless there's some sort of history or animosity that can't be contained in a ring and you need a cage. So the fact that you're having a cage match against a surprise opponent in the first place is fucking dumb. Second of all, yeah, no one gave a shit that The Wall was the opponent. And okay.
Why couldn't it be Shane Douglas, injured or not, at this point? What? Your idea is The Wall?
Okay.
Do they even know what would make a good wrestling match? He's clearly not. It's Russo.
This was so dumb. Fortunately, it didn't go on too long, but there was no heat and no reason for a cage to be there. But it opened with unprotected chair shots to the head.
Sure did. Get used to it.
That was it.
It's going to get worse.
And then also the whole time, and so I don't know if I need to do some research on cage matches or see what cage matches looked like prior to this, but commentary was going on and on about the size of this cage and how there was so much room for them to move around outside of the ring. There was a good 3 or 4 feet, but that's what all of the cages, not all of the cages. Is it Hell in a Cell that looks like that? There's at least 1 or 2 cages that I've seen since then that look like this, where you can run around outside the cage.
Yeah, that's like Hell in a Cell. Yeah. Well, originally a lot of the cages were these blue steel pipey things, or chicken, or just chicken wire. And they just be up the sides straight.
Right, because even the AEW cage matches, I think.
Well, AEW makes theirs really tall with just enough space to make it safer. So I kind of like how.
But...
I'm actually shocked AEW hasn't gone back to doing a lot of. They do so many gimmicks. Why wouldn't they do more cage matches? But I'm glad they don't do that.
Oh, and at this point, or I guess maybe. Oh, at the next match. Okay. So the next match is Kevin Nash.
Oh my God.
Versus Terry Funk.
Okay. So it's a hardcore match for the control of WCW. Okay.
Yeah.
The winner becomes the commissioner and will now book, because they tell us this always.
Right.
And so Terry Funk was the commissioner as of 3 weeks ago or something, right? Or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 54-year-old man.
54 years old, right. How old's Jericho right now? 52?
52.
Yeah.
A very different 52 and 54, though.
Sure. Terry
Very,
Funk
very
looks like he's been through many things in his life at this point. And
yeah,
he's bumping. But the point is, the crowd wants Kevin Nash to win because from the moment Terry Funk showed up, he's gotten the shit kicked out of him. It's been a bunch of old guys that everyone wants to see the shit kicked out of him. Kevin Nash comes off as cool. He's the NWO, right? It's what everyone wants. So you have the man defending WCW from the evil NWO, and the crowd's just going, beat this old man up. Because when Nash finally hits the big power bomb multiple times, and I think there was chairs involved, and the crowd just goes, yeah! And now Nash has the book again. He had it in 98 for a period of time. It was horribly boring and awful television. And now, even in storyline...
I was like, this is just kayfabe, though. Like, he's not actually booking, right?
Right, but he actually had the book in 98.
Got it.
Now he has it in kayfabe, and he might have it at some point again, in some capacity.
Okay.
Yeah, you're excited. I can hear it.
Yeah. Okay, but this is what I was saying when we first started the WCW segment. I'm like, him winning and makes sense storyline wise now, knowing that the plan is to strip the winner of the title.
Yes.
So yeah, I hate that less now. But yeah, so main event, Chris Benoit defeats Sid Vicious for the title. The
hell of a carry job.
The entire locker room comes out to watch this match because it's going to be a classic, best match ever. Something, I don't know. I don't know why they're all out there, but that's kind of like what commentary was like. Man, they want to see it with their own eyes. They don't want to watch it on the monitor because this is going to be a hell of a match.
I mean, I guess
it was a match.
It was a Sid Vicious match.
It was a match. Oh, Double A Arn Anderson was the referee though, and he reffed in jeans, which I thought was fucking awesome.
Yeah, casual Arn. This reminded me of that Bret Hart Nash match from the week prior. It's kind of formatted the same way, structure and all. The difference was that it ends with Benoit getting the crossface in and tapping out Sid, legit. So that was good.
Right. That was the show, and that's how it ended. No. Then there was a post-match thing where Nash confronts Benoit and says, "Enjoy your time with the title, because when I become commissioner at midnight tonight, you don't get the title anymore."
Yeah, they didn't they didn't know in that moment that Benoit was going to quit, right? Mm-hmm. But he was going to follow, and remember, Benoit was like, okay, I will drop the title, and then the upper management was like, no, just take it off him. So the storyline was going to be Nash booking, at least my understanding and my interpretation is Nash in kayfabe is going to be booking Benoit through hell against the NWO. Which probably would not have been that bad for a period of time. Maybe. But as soon as Hulk Hogan comes back, that's all gonna that would all be gone away anyways. That's the situation there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before we sign off from this, I just want to say next time we watch either maybe a TV episode, but definitely a pay-per-view, we should set a stopwatch and time the amount of time wrestlers spend in the ring versus outside of the ring.
Ooh. You want to do this for a pay-per-view?
Maybe it's on the internet somewhere already, but it was astounding to me. Matches that weren't even supposed to be no DQ or whatever, how much time these wrestlers spent outside of rings with no countouts.
That might actually be a fun idea. Even just on a Nitro, just click, 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 click.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Kind of what I was thinking.
That does it for us. See you next time.
Later.